Hey everyone, welcome to the first and definitely not last stream for the OCE VGC. I am joined here today by Mastodon. Masto, how you doing?
Hello, good, thank you. Very excited for this opportunity, Henry, to showcase some of our best in OCE talent at the moment. How are you feeling? Surely excited?
Absolutely. We don't often get to see our Oceania players on stream. We don't have our regional streamed at the moment, unfortunately, but it's something we're hopefully looking at in the future. But we wanted to take this chance to kind of get something rolling a bit outside of the official circuit so that we can showcase some of our talent, both on the battlefield and behind the casting desk. As this goes on and as hopefully we can build this up a bit, we're going to be getting more players in. We want to get more casters involved and kind of really broaden that spectrum of being able to see the Oceania the talent that Oceania has to offer.
Absolutely right there. We've got 4 games to be showcased over the duration of our showcasing today against 8 absolutely fantastic players, all looking to slowly get set up now.
Yeah, so our first match of today is going to be between 2 very good players that we've got here, Jack Lloyd and Dimitri Koziaris. So I believe we've got Jack's team up on the stream now. Jack's been playing for probably the better half of the last three or so years. Prior to that, it was mostly online. But he's been coming out strong with performances like he's made top 8 of Brisbane Regionals last year. I believe he made day 2 at Worlds this past year gone, came 39th, top 16 at Melbourne Regionals 2024 as well. He's been having a really strong impact in his kind of early start to his career.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal showcasing from Jack, as will be from everyone else. So a very solid resume coming out as someone who's probably more on the fresher side of big tournament results. It'll be interesting to see how he goes in the new regulation coming out. I think we should go over his team because there's some pretty exciting stuff on his team that I think should be discussed.
Yeah, 100%. So Jack, generally known as a connoisseur for body press, always enjoying things like the Coma O back prior to these restricted formats, and then Zamazenta in them. So while a lot of people might have been expecting to see that, he's actually swapped out the Zamazenta for another fighting type in Annihilate, which we really don't see too often, but pairing it with the Groudon and the Ho-Oh, that coaching is going to be putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, big lot of work there. I really like the use of Taunt on the Annihilate as well. Taunt just seems like quite a strong move, and it's fighting and ghost coverage there. Basically not really being resisted by anything except for, of course, Hisui and Zoroark. With the Stellar Terra typing as well, so it can run a support, but also looks like it can dish out its fair share of damage.
Yeah, sure can. And rounding out that kind of real sun core there, we've got the Raging Bolt, the Scream Talon, the Incineroar. Raging Bolt, obviously loving that sun, getting that Photosynthesis procced. And generally getting that special attack boost, getting it to dish out some really big damage. Those big Life Orb, Thunderclaps, Thunderbolts, like that damage is going to be going nuts in Sun. And then there's the Scream Tail, which personal favorite of mine. I've always loved playing with the on-core disable stuff, but it's just so strong, especially in these big restricted formats where you've got so many things like Miraidon running Choice Specs. You've got the Urshifu, which is always such a big threat running Choice Scarf. It's really easy to kind of get a Protect in front of those. Pseudo Protect in front of the Urshifu, but the Sun really helps with that. And then get things off like the big Disable, just shut it down completely, or force switches.
Yeah, what I also find is pretty interesting as well. Groudon Not Clear Amulet. This one is got its trusty vest on with some really cool coverage on there. The thing I like is the Shadow Claw, naturally for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but also the Lunala as well, as that's seeing a bit more of a rise in usage with the 2 restricted Pokemon allowed on the team.
Yeah, tech that we saw heavily pick up back in 2022 in the Dynamax era for those big Max Phantasms, still relevant here with the real kind of domination of Calyrex Shadow at the beginning of this Reg G format. We've seen so much of the Calyrex Shadow Zamazenta has probably been the most popular and consistent team that we've had so far. Shohei Kimura just over the past weekend winning the Victory Road tournament. I think either undefeated or only dropping one set with it. It just shows kind of how dominant that is. But yeah, the Shadow Claw covering for things like that, either just for the good damage or really pressuring them to Terra in positions where they may need to Terra something else late game.
Yeah, forcing terrestrialization is always something that you would like to prefer to do, and that option on that grab on does allow Jack to force that onto the opposition. I think speaking of the opposition, let's get into who Jack is playing today.
Absolutely. So on the other side of the field, we've got Dimitri Koziaris. Also really popped out in the last few years. Really had his kind of showcasing run. His biggest being this year at Australia's Oceania's first regional of the season, being Perth Regionals. He came in second place with Killer Wattrel. So not really what you'd expect to be seeing at that time. I know there was a little bit of Killer Wattrel floating around, but it hadn't gotten some high results until Dimitri really flourished with it.
Yeah, phenomenal showing there. And we're going to look over the current team that he has. So he's got the Terrapagos and Calyrex Shadow Rider, as we were mentioning previously. Terrapagos running Focus Sash, actually, Henry.
Yeah, Focus Sash Terrapagos. Yeah. Not something we really thought we'd... I don't think anyone really thought they'd see that. Its ability being so kind of integral to letting it take those first hits most of the time. But with things like Koraidon being so popular, Zamazenta being so popular, a lot of the time the Terrapagos really wants to just get its Terra out of the way and not have to worry about it. And this can guarantee it some big hits against maybe those Terrafire Koraidons that just want to go for those big collision causes or close combats turn one. Lets you get off kind of those Terra Starstorms in front of potentially a Zamazenta. But that Sash might also be an indication of potentially how it's trained and being one of maybe the faster and more hard-hitting variants. We do see it forego that normal substitute that we've been seeing it towards the end of Regulation G for the Earth Power instead.
Yeah, which makes 100% sense on a Focus Sash set. Sash and a substitute, bit counterintuitive with each other. So, yeah, I do see that line of thought there from Dimitri there. And the Shadow Rider has Encore and Disable with solo Astral Barrage as his attack. So,
it does. We might actually have an error on the team sheet here. It looks like the Calyrex and the Terrapagos both have Focus Sash. So, out of the two of them, considering there's the Encore Disable, I'd assume that Calyrex Shadow is actually the one running the Focus Sash, and it's actually a leftovers on the Terrapagos. So we've just come into that. But no, the Encore Disable war between both sides, it's going to be really interesting to see because it often puts in so much work in its respective matchups, and going up against things like the Calm Mind Terrapagos, going up against things like maybe the Ho-Oh or the Groudon, wanting to either lock things into or out of those moves that are going to be really affecting the match is often quite pivotal to how the set turns out.
Yeah, for sure. And then just a generally good supporting cast. You've got your Incin, you've got your Rillaboom, you've got Half-Flame Ogerpon as your redirector, and a Scarf Landorus there for some of those matchups where it'd be required for more of your Miraidon matchups, per se.
Yeah, that Half-Flame going to really be able to take advantage of the sun on Jack's side of the field. Those Terrafire Ivy Cudgels hit so hard out of sun alone, and they're going to be hitting even harder in the sun. And interesting to see that the Hearthflame has actually opted to go for the Horn Leech rather than the Grassy Glide, which we often see Hearthflame pick up when they double up with the Rillaboom. But it gives it just that bit of recovery, that bit more recovery on top of the Grassy Train, giving it a bit more longevity. And then, yeah, this Landorus here, Terra Ghost Scarf, looking to be very much like a Miraidon answer, but not necessarily the sort of one that we always see.
Yeah, the Terra Ghost gives me an idea of maybe just being immune to that fake out, going for those hits. Not from what I've seen, not the most commentary I've seen on Landorus, but maybe it's something that's been picking up, or maybe Dimitri's cooking.
Look, it absolutely could be. I personally did use Scarf Landorus, but with the Terra Ground myself at NIIC last year, and the Scarf puts in so much work. But the Terra Ghost, it lets it dodge things like Fake Out, like dodging a Fake Out turn 1 into dropping a big Earth Power into an Incineroar, or even just a hit in general, maybe even the U-turn, because it's got that pivot option there. It can be so good. It can be so big. Dodging that Fake Out when they're not really expecting it, because with the Terrapagos generally being a bit of a Terra hog on the team, surprise Terras like that can actually be really intuitive, really unexpected, and can really turn the tide of some games.
Yeah, you've just mentioning pivoting moves as well. Dimitri has 3 of them on his team there. The 2 U-turns and the parting shots, so could be looking to see a lot of maintaining and controlling board state from Dimitri's end with those. Where I don't think we saw as much from Jax. I think we only saw the parting shot from the Incineroar in that regard.
Yeah, we sure did. We're gonna get the players jumping into team preview pretty soon. But yeah, just this matchup, it's gonna be so it's a really interesting matchup. You've got kind of an unexpected team, one that that we haven't really seen a lot of, which is that Ho-Oh Groudon. Really powerful physical Suncore, and where both of those generally want the clear amulet. Both actually opting not to go for it because that Annihilate really covers those intimidates, getting the boost on Annihilate, plus being able to just kind of coaching up the physical attackers beside it, versus Terrapagos Kali Shadow.
Yeah, excellent intimidate deterrent there from the Annihilate. The last thing Incineroar wants to do is kind of sit there in front of an Annihilate to come in and threaten anything else with it. I'm super excited to see the Suncore though. I am a big Ho-Oh fan, so seeing it in action is always going to make me smile. It's going to be great. It's going to be a really, really good set I see between these two.
It is. Jack is going to have to watch out, though, because there is that Terrapagos on the other side of the field. Terrapagos, obviously, when it terrestrializes, being able to get rid of the sun really shuts down kind of a large portion of what Jack's team is built around. And with that sun down, we're dropping the special attack boost that Raging Bolt gets. The Screamtail is not going to have the freedom to switch in and out while still maintaining its speed. So he's going to have to watch that booster energy very carefully, because if that Screamtail switches out and in at the wrong time, that Calyrex Shadow is going to be causing it a lot of problems.
Yeah, absolutely spot on there. So good to keep an eye out there for that. Looks like we're getting into it now. The action's about to start with our game 1. Our trainers have looked like they've loaded in.
Yeah, so Pokephysio versus Dim the Sim, Jack Lloyd versus Dimitri Korziaris. First match of the day. Let's get into it.
Here we go. All right, and we see the Terrapagos lead with the Half-Flame Ogerpon on Dimitri's end and the Incineroar and Ho-Oh up on Jack's end.
Yeah, so a big Intimidate coming out onto that Half-Flame turn 1. Not really affecting the Terrapagos. But that Ho-Oh getting in unintimidated and really threatening that Ogerpon with some powerful either Sacred Fires if the sun could switch in, but that Brave Bird being the big one. The Half-Flame kind of in a bit of a position here, but that Terrapagos sitting kind of pretty. It might might want to protect in front of a Fake Out, but it also does have that option just to go for the Carmines.
Yeah, protecting in front of the Fake Out could be a play. There's also the option to Fake Out Discount for potentially a parting shot to sort of wait for it a turn. We'll see what happens. So we do see the double protect come out there from Dimitri, protect and Spiky Shield. And Jack looks like he's gone for a Tailwind. So there's no Fake Out there. And a parting shot there as well coming out from him. So
yeah, so Jack recognizing it's very likely for there to be a safe play, and Dimitri taking that safe play of the double protect in front of the Fake Out. Jack making sure he gets that speed control and doesn't kind of just burn a turn of nothing happening.
Yeah, good insight from Jack there. We'll see how Dimitri deals with these incoming turns of Tailwind. So we do see the Follow Me coming out with the Annihilate switch out as well from Jack's end.
Yeah, so big Sacred Fire coming out, only doing about 40% there, and the Terapagos doing what Terapagos does best and setting up one of those calm mines. Terapagos often liking to really set itself up before it really starts taking, dealing damage, taking big KOs, and perhaps terrestrializing to get that spread damage going. But the Annihilate on the field now does carry that taunt. So depending on the speed interactions between the Ho-Oh and the Annihilate, we could see something like a KO plus a taunt into an attempted KO plus a taunt into the Terapagos. But there's a lot of options here because coaching is also there as well.
Yeah, coaching is another option that could be brought out if Jack wants to look to be on the offensive with the Ho-Oh, which is definitely a possibility, getting that to +1. Also offsetting a potential Intimidate if an Incineroar is in the back looking to switch in there. But it looks like we're seeing our first terrestrialization from the Terapagos.
Yeah, so the Terapagos getting that big terrestrialization off. No weather, no terrain for it to remove at the moment. But the big thing is it's got that +1 boost and can now hit both sides. Also allowing it to hit the Annihilate now that its attack is Terra Stellar instead of just normal type. And the Annihilate is opting to go for that coaching. So that Ho-Oh becoming another real setup threat, kind of in the opposite way to the way that the Terapagos is. And a huge Brave Bird coming out to take the Ogerpon.
Yeah, so Ogerpon sacrificing itself to keep the Terapagos as healthy as it can be as it looks to fire off what I believe would be a Terra Starstorm, getting big damage on both of these Pokemon on Jack's end here.
Yeah, so a pretty decent trade there from these two sides. Like that Half Flame did its job. It protected the Terapagos for those few turns. It's gone down now, but the Sash is broken on the Annihilate. The Ho-Oh has taken damage as well. This Terapagos, so bulky, is going to really start dishing out some damage, but it does have these two physical attackers in front of it. Rillaboom coming in again like that Half Flame to support it in a different way with that Fake Out Pressure.
Fake Out Pressure, grassy terrain, recovery alongside that leftovers just going to allow Terapagos to just heal just more and more constantly if damage as passing turns go by. So we'll look to see what game plan Jack has to for the Rillaboom coming in, see how he looks to adjust with that.
Yeah.
See how,
Unlike,
to see what Dimitri's got planned.
Yeah, unlike Dimitri's options turn 1, the Annihilate is not carrying a Protect, so a double Protect isn't an option here. We do see the Ho-Oh going for the Protect, though. It is the obvious Fake Out target, with the Annihilate being the Ghost typing, and that Fake Out does go into the Protect. And another Coaching comes out. Coaching, one of those few moves that's able to go through a Protect, just making sure that Ho-Oh is nice and boosted on the physical side, both defensively and offensively. It'll be hitting really hard now. But there's the Terapagos going for another spread move, and this should be enough to take out the Annihilate.
It should be enough to pick up the Annihilate here. The Annihilate taking just a bit over 50% on that previous turn, so 2 of those enough to send it. But Ho-Oh looking dangerous. +2/+2/+2.
Yeah, so Ho-Oh already such a massive, specially defensive wall. Now has its physical defense well up as well. But on the other side, if we're looking at both of Dimitri's restricted Pokemon, both are hitting on the special side. So while the Ho-Oh has a very good special defense, it's not actually boosting it. So what it is taking is what it is taking unless the Terapagos itself boosts up. So it's got really no way to protect itself from that other side from its natural bulk.
Yeah, that's right. And with the Incineroar coming in now, making Rillaboom just a little bit more weaker, just making sure that those Wood Hammers and U-turns don't hit Ho-Oh too hard.
Yeah, so the Incin giving, again, as last we saw on turn 1, that Fake Out Pressure, but that Intimidate really dropping the Rillaboom, who is already not happy looking down at these 2 fire types. But we don't see any Protects at all this time from Dimitri's side, as the Sacred Fire, massive at +2, super effective, comes into that Rillaboom and it takes it out. That's both grass types going down to this Ho-Oh, which you'd expect to see, but it's the supportive roles that they've been filling have been allowing this Terrapagos to really kind of just sit there, boost, and now start getting off some damage. We see the Terrapagos go back all the way to full from the fake out damage due to that grassy terrain leftovers.
And there's the fourth there, the Calyrex Shadow Rider coming out here for Dimitri. So we can see, does the Terrapagos and co look to clutch up, or is Ho-Oh just going to run away with it?
Yeah, so this Ho-Oh still very scary. Those boosts are just threatening so much right now. And the Insin as well in a really good spot. Most Insin we see nowadays are trained to be fairly bulky. So it'd be interesting to see if it's able to live the double up between a Terra Starstorm or an Astral Barrage. But that we can't forget that Terrapagos also has access to Earth Power, so a +1 Terra Stellar Earth Power could be enough to take it out in a quick surprise KO and bring this down to potentially a double restricted game.
Yeah, it didn't even cross my mind that that was an option. So we'll see if Dimitri sees that line as well, if that's the line he wants to go for. But the Tailwind going up means the parting shot comes out before the Terrapagos attack, so Instant lives to see another day.
Yeah, so interesting to see the speed interaction there. Ho-Oh moving before the Terrapagos. Possibly hinting towards a faster Ho-Oh, possibly hinting towards a slower Terrapagos. Both Pokemon are kind of in that middling speed range, so it could be either way, but that parting shot being kind of really big to get off first. But Dimitri going with another Calm Mind. So that parting shot, while dropping the special attack, Dimitri just gets that straight back up. So this Terrapagos is still in a position to dish out some good damage.
Yeah, we've got the ground on it in Tailwind now, and as we've seen that tech we discussed earlier, we've got that Shadow Claw that's eyeing off that Calyrex Shadow Rider now. No access to Terra, Burnt Protect on the previous turn, so it's looking could be looking a bit scary for the horse there.
Yeah, the Calyrex really in a bit of trouble here. It's so fast, so much damage accessible to it, but with the Tailwind up, it might just not be fast enough. We see the Groudon going first. Again, faster than the Ho-Oh. So these speed interactions between all these restricteds is really interesting, but it looks like both of Jack's are faster than the Terrapagos, even without the Tailwind. And down goes the Calyrex Shadow without getting to get off move off in this game.
Yeah, not commonly what you see from a Shadow Rider. Not being able to do too much there. There's the Starstorm damage. Doing a little bit, but there's going to be a lot of passive recovery from these two with the leftovers and grassy terrain respectively.
Yeah, the Assault Vest on Groudon really putting in work, as well as just what we mentioned before in that massive natural special bulk that Ho-Oh has. This Terrapagos only able to hit on the special side and only has access to a potential 8 Starstorms. So as the damage stacks up, the PP goes down. And we'll see if that Terrapagos is able to get that damage down in time before it has to start clicking Earth Power, because if it does, that Ho-Oh's can be very happy with itself.
Yeah, for sure. So we see a Precipice Blaze coming out, hitting there, doing a respectable bit of damage. I'm going to see the +2 Sun Boosted Sacred Fire. That's enough to take it out.
Yeah, Terrapagos is massively bulky Pokemon. Its HP stat goes through the roof when it terrestrializes. But the sheer amount of boosts that Ho-Oh has, the +2 from the 2 coachings, the Sun Boost, and Sacred Fire just being such a hard-hitting move. That doubled up with the Precipice Blades, both connecting, which could be very different if either of those miss. It just deals so much, and it's so overwhelming.
Yeah, so strong showcasing there from Jack right out the gate. What will be exciting to see is the adaptation from Dimitri.
Yeah, really looking forward to see how Dimitri can respond to this, because in that game, once the speed control went up, it kind of allowed Jack to kind of go nuts with getting those coaching boosts off, getting those big hits off with the Ho-Oh before anything else on the other side of the field could move. We saw the Tailwind meant the Calyrex Shadow didn't even get off a move other than that Protect. It'd be really interesting to see something maybe like the Incineroar from Dimitri's side come out, because while it does put in a lot of work, if he can play around that Annihilate, it's like the Intimidates go so far, and as well as the Parting Shot and a potential Will-O-Wisp as well. Not having, while being threatened by the ground type moves from Groudon, those Intimidates generally allow it to live at least 1 or 2 hits. It stays on the field, it gets Parting Shots off, knockoffs off, and it could put in a lot of work there. We saw the 2 grass types really struggle against the Ho-Oh, so I'm really interested to see if there's an adaptation coming from that slot.
Yeah, as am I. Incineroar seems like a very nice adjustment as long as you play carefully around that Annihilate. It can also force a terrestrialization from the Groudon, as it is the Terra Fire, to try and avoid a Will-O-Wisp burn. So, because I don't believe Jack used terrestrialization at all in that game 1.
I don't believe he did, no. And we also saw... I believe, yeah, we saw all 4 Pokemon come out from Jack in the end. We saw the Raging Bolt and the Screamtail left behind. The Screamtail generally being able to shut things down well, maybe with an Encore into the Terrapagos, but we're seeing that left behind, and because of that, Calyrex Shadow, if it can keep that speed advantage that it naturally has by potentially shutting down some Tailwinds and stuff like that, could really go nuts with a bit of Encore disable shenanigans. And we do see an adjustment.
And we do indeed. We see an Annihilate lead, and a Rillaboom lead. So 2 adjustments made one from each side.
Yeah, so kind of a as you are.
Yeah, I was gonna. It would be interesting to see the game plan here now. So we've got the fake out option on the Ho-Oh there. Pretty opened up. Can't really do that to the Annihilate. The Annihilate being Sash means it can pretty comfortably take anything Rillaboom wants to throw at it and still hang around.
Yes.
But it'd be interesting to see, do we see a coaching? Do we even see a taunt to stop the Terrapagos setting up?
Last time we were in this position, we saw the fake out go into the Ho-Oh Protect and the coaching come out, just really boosting up that Ho-Oh on those turns. This time, though, more of a defensive play. We see that Calyrex Shadow switching in for the Terrapagos, possibly calling a Protect on the Ho-Oh and preparing to get off an Encore into that, as that's what we saw last game. But instead, we see no Protect come out. The fake out goes into the Ho-Oh and a taunt coming onto what was that Terrapagos slot. Most likely trying to shut down that Calm Mind option, but catching the Calyrex Shadow on the switch in shuts down the Disable, shuts down the Encore, and means there's no defensive option of protecting either this turn.
Yeah, that the Shadow Rider's basically locked into either Astral Barraging or going for another switch back into something else in Dimitri's backline.
Yeah, so this Calyrex also, it is looking to, while the Calyrex is unable to Encore, Disable, Protect, it is got there with, it has gotten there without Tailwind being up on the opposing side. Astral Barrage really threatening this Annihilate, especially since you can double up on it with a potential Grassy Glide to break that Focus Sash, and also just start actually dishing out some damage this game, which is why we see this Incineroar coming in on Jack's side. Jack's realizing how under threat his Annihilate is, making sure that he gets it out of there so that it can do more work later.
And we do see the Astral Barrage come out here, and we're doing pretty sizable chunk to both of these. The Sacred Fire coming out there, getting the burn on the Calyrex as well. 50% chance of that happening. All the more reason that Sacred Fire is just such a dangerous move. We saw the damage it could do in game 1, and we see what happens if it doesn't pick up Chaos in this game. It just gets that nasty burn. So it's keeping Calyrex on a timer now if it's not being attacked. Yeah,
so Jack getting that pivot out as well, just in a different way, going for the U-turn instead of the hard switch, getting that Rillaboom off the field. There are now 2 fire types there, and last time it was in this position, it did not enjoy that at all. Those Sacred Fires, Brave Birds, and even the Will-O-Wisps, plus Intimidate coming out from the instant, really just reinforcing that Rillaboom does not want to be on the field. Big damage coming out from the Sacred Fire, that burn, kind of just negating any recovery that Calyrex could get from the grassy terrain. And there's the Terrapagos coming out onto the field again in replacement of that Rillaboom.
Yeah, so we'll see Terapagos not in front of any taunters now. Maybe it'll see if it's got the option to look at. See if you can get set up those calm minds, looking to see if that's the win condition for Dimitri there.
Yeah, this Ho-Oh so far in this set has been so kind of oppressive. These two special attacking restricteds really struggling to break through that massive special defense stat. But the Terapagos is in a position now where, aside from Fake Out, it can get off those Calm Minds, start boosting its damage again. And maybe we see something like that Terra Stellar Earth Power coming out onto the Insyn this time, because that Insyn is also such a threat. We see it going for those parting shots. It threatens knockoff, and it takes almost no damage from these Calyrex Shadow Astral Barrages. So getting some big damage into that, or potentially a KO, could really turn the tide of this game.
Yeah, so turn comes out here. We're just seeing Astral Barrage again. Just slowly adding up, just doing the damage it needs to do. Goes down to the Brave Bird there. So Ho-Oh's going to be taking a little bit of recoil. All that will hopefully add up. As we see the Calm Mind from the Terapagos there. Looking to see if we can get that slowly set up.
Yeah, there was no Fake Out either, so there's that parting shot coming out, going into that Terapagos. So while it's got that special defense boost still on it, it does lose that special attack boost that it was really, really wanting to keep from that Calm Mind. But there's been no speed control clicked from this Ho-Oh. The Ho-Oh hasn't been going for those tailwinds yet, just been going for that raw damage. And it's really kind of low from the combination of the Astral Barrages and the Brave Bird. But yeah, there's the Scream Tail. We talked about not seeing it last game, and here it is now.
So we're going to see that there. That's got to be a rough side for Dimitri. He's gone for that Calm Mind, and immediately there's looking to be some encore pressure from the Scream Tail. So seeing how Dimitri wants to deal with that. The Ogerpon is a good shout. Good shout for that. Being able to redirect away any of those if he needs to do so.
Yeah, so some form of protection needing to come out for that Terapagos there, unless you want it on-cored or just stuck protecting. The Ogerpon being Dimitri's choice here, having the option of that Follow Me, but sometimes it is also just the fear of that Follow Me that kind of stops them from doing what they want to do. You don't particularly want to encore it into a Follow Me. But this Ho-Oh, again, Grass type in front of it is really threatening some huge damage. It hasn't got a coaching boost at the moment, but it's still a restricted Pokemon. Its stab is that flying, that same type attack bonus, and it's threatening some really huge damage here. And that Scream Tail is just so good for the controlling style that Jack seems to be playing.
Yeah, he's decided to switch out Ho-Oh, just get a little bit more HP back with that Regenerator ability, just to allow it to be more oppressive as it comes back in later on in the match. We see the Terrestrialization. I would imagine this would be on the... Oh, it's on the Ogerpon! It's not on the Terapagos.
So the Ogerpon Half-Flame, recognizing that weakness that it has to the potential Brave Birds coming out, getting rid of it. It does not want to be taking those super effective Brave Birds. It does not potentially want to be getting knocked out in one hit. As we see, no Follow Me, but the Encore does come out onto that Terapagos, and it will be going for another Calm Mind.
Yeah, we see the Cudgel there. Look like just want to get a bit aggressive there. Doing a relatively decent amount of damage. The Intimidate being offset there by the boost that the Ogerpon gets when it terrestrializes.
Yeah, Ogerpon probably really wanting to hit that Ho-Oh, try to get that knockout while it is still at low HP. But Ho-Oh, Jack recognizing that, getting the Ho-Oh out of there, getting the Regenerator, so getting some of that HP back on the Ho-Oh, bringing in the Incineroar, getting the Intimidate, and switching in a really good defensive pivot. It worked out really well, and he still managed to get the Encore onto the Terapagos.
Yeah, so the Terapagos... You might be seeing it just sit here for a couple of turns, just still looking to click Calm Mind, depending on if the Ogerpon wants to switch out or not. If it switches out and comes back, it regains that boost. But we see that the Sable come out here now from the Scream Tail, so there'll be no more Ivy Cudgels being thrown out. As we can see there, it just got locked in. Scream Tail saying, no, you can't click that. We don't want that. We don't want that here.
Yeah, so opting not to completely lock out the Terapagos, Jack pretty content with just leaving it going for those Calm Minds. If you Calm Mind, you're not doing anything else, and I can just parting shot those boosts away. The Ogerpon really threatening with those crit chance boosted Ivy Cudgels, and Jack recognizing that and not wanting anything unfortunate to perhaps happen to the Screamtail. Doesn't want any of those big crits coming out because that Ogerpon does hit so hard, and that Screamtail, while it is sitting there in front of the Terapagos is pretty well shut down as long as Jack can keep encore pressure onto it.
Yeah, and locking away that Ivy Cudgel, Screamtail, just being as bulky as Screamtail is, can definitely look to do that. Alongside constantly putting the parting shot pressure on the Terapagos as well, just offsetting any special attack boost it's getting from those Calm Minds.
The Ho-Oh coming back in so much more healthy. I believe it was down to 52 HP earlier, but that Regenerator putting in such good work. It's now back over 50%, back in the green, and ready to dish out some more damage again without being threatened by those hits anymore.
Yeah, so good insight there from Dimitri, looking to Spiky Shield away that Encore to not be put into the trap. We do see the Terra Shell activate on the Sacred Fire hit, basically turning that into a not very effective move. And we see another burn. So yeah, very rough sight there. Two for two on the Sacred Fire burns.
Ho-Oh doing what Ho-Oh does best in taking hits and burning its opponents to the ground. But this is a really interesting turn, actually, because that Spiky Shield there on the Ogerpon, I believe Encore might be ending this turn. If so, that gives this Ogerpon the option of follow me and letting that Terapagos start getting off some hits. Yeah, there's the Encore going down. I believe the Terapagos is at plus, with the parting shots, is it +1 or +2 now?
I believe now it's at +2 and +4 special defense. He's got 4 Calm Minds off there.
Yeah, so even though it can't terrestrialize, those Terra Starstorms are still going to be hitting very, very hard single target against two very bulky Pokemon, possibly not dealing knockouts this turn, but definitely putting things in range of 2 hits. And the Ogerpon has its Ivy Cudgel disabled. It cannot have the Follow Me disabled this turn if that is what it opts to go for.
Yeah, so we do see a Protect from the Screamtail. I do believe we see, a double Protect there from Jack, just looking to gauge Dimitri's game plan here.
Yes,
there's Follow Me, as you mentioned during selection phase. And there is the Terra Starstorm looking to gun down the Ho-Oh here.
Yeah, so Ho-Oh having taken a bit of chip already, getting that health back from the Regenerator, but not all the way back to full. Dimitri trying to get us kind of a big hit onto it, maybe hoping to get that KO, but at least put it low enough that any Brave Birds it's going for might be enough to knock itself out due to recoil. But Jack just going for the safe play. Double Protect, Screamtail. Protect is its favorite move. Protect lets it do what it wants to do by allowing your opponents to kind of reveal their hand during that turn. But now that has happened, there is still the pressure of Follow Me and a big Terra Starstorm coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. We do need to just keep in mind that it's not Stellar Terra Starstorm, and we still have an Annihilate in the pocket there for Jack. So if that comes in looking to protect the Ho-Oh, Ho-Oh just getting more HP back because it's not at full yet with that Regenerator, could spell a pretty nasty result for Dimitri there, especially if they get an Encore up on the following turn on that, forcing the Terapagos just to burn through those Terra Starstorms as well.
That's for sure. And as you said, there's that Annihilate coming out, that defensive switch, knowing that the Terrestrialization is already used up. And there's an Encore into the Ogerpon, so it's going to be clicking Follow Me for a little while here. And that Terra Starstorm does go into the Ho-Oh slot. What was the Ho-Oh slot again? And the Annihilate. Immune because of that Ghost typing.
Yep, so Annihilate still looking healthy as ever. I believe that Ogerpon is now encored into Follow Me.
It is, and the disable ends.
Yes, so that one's going to be coming out there. Annihilate actually can threaten big damage on either slot with that close combat, while still being at in with the ability to still use its focus sash because it's still at full HP.
Yeah, so those close combats threatening big damage, taunt threatening big damage because you don't necessarily have to disable this Ogerpon. You could go for something like a Dazzling Gleam or a Protect if you think a Terra Starstorm's going that way, and go for the taunt to lock out that Follow Me instead. There's that Follow Me coming out first, but it is the disable that Jack opts for. This Ogerpon now going to be struggling next turn.
There we are, forced to protect or switch there for the Ogerpon. We see a good amount of damage there, just under half from that close combat, and even at -1, still not taken down to Sash there from the Annihilate. But Terrapagos just needs to threaten damage on it, as Annihilate's its biggest problem. It can't break it with its Terra Starstorm. So
yeah, Dimitri realizing that those Terra Starstorms not hitting that Annihilate, and the Annihilate being immune to the potential fake out in the back, these Earth powers need to start coming out. You need to break that Sash. You need to start stacking up that damage, because this Annihilate has the potential to just put in so much work. Now that Annihilate in range of something late game like a potential Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom, which we know is still in back, but this Screamtail now has kind of the run of its choice when it comes to this Terrapagos. Dimitri's going to need to make that call, because there's a potential disable coming out to stop the Earth power if he goes for that, but an Encore to also shut him down from going for those big Terra Starstorms, which he'd want to be sending into the Screamtail.
So we've got the Incineroar here. Incineroar. Oh, and we have the Ogerpon switching out as well. Didn't really want to struggle there, so we do see the Rillaboom out now. The Grassy Terrain is back. Rillaboom's still looking relatively healthy in terms of HP.
Yeah, so the Annihilate switching before the Ogerpon there, which kind of is a bit indicative of the speed interactions between the two. Jax switching out first to get that Intimidate onto the Ogerpon, then the Ogerpon switching out, getting rid of all those drops, ready to come back in later and put in work again. The Terrapagos on Dimitri's side, protecting, wanting to get a fake out next turn onto the Screamtail, but there's also fake out pressure from Jack's end.
Yeah, we can see that there. A lot of just both players looking to want to control the game. We see the Terrapagos are actually switching out here for the Ogerpon. Come back in. There we are. The Embody aspect, just giving it that +1 to its attack, so it's looking nice, nice and powerful again. With the fake out and the Encore coming out from Jax, and Dimitri playing around that very well. With the U-turn to get the Terrapagos back into play, while that Grassy Terrain's there, just helping, keeping it as healthy as possible, despite the burn.
Yeah, a really nice play from Dimitri there, realizing that even if he goes for that fake out plus potential attack into that Screamtail, Incineroar faking out the Terrapagos means that this next turn, Screamtail can still Encore you into Protect. So he gets that Terrapagos out of there, even though it means losing those boosts. Gets the Ogerpon back onto the field, and then gets the U-turn to bring the Terrapagos straight back again. A really good pivoting play from Dimitri, setting up him up into what's looks like a really nice position here.
Yeah, looking fairly good for Dimitri. We'll see the response from Jack in regards to this. 3 minutes left till battle ends. This has been quite the slog between both these trainers here. As we see the Protect and the Switch coming out here from Jack. We do see a Cudgel. That's going into the Ho-Oh slot. This hitting it on its weaker defensive side, and that's probably the most damage we've seen Ho-Oh take all set.
Yeah, that huge special defense stat doesn't help when it comes to these big Ivy Cudgels. While it does resist those fire-type moves, Ogerpon just hitting so hard, especially with that Embody aspect boost and the Terrifier on top of that. These Ivy Cudgels they're going to start stacking up. The Screamtail going for what it goes for, the safe Protect there, allowing it to see what these two Pokemon that have just hit the field lock into, and potentially being able to disable or Encore either one, which there's the disable coming out into that Ivy Cudgel. Jack recognizing how threatening it really is.
Yeah, Dimitri seeing through that this time, elected to Horn Leech up the Screamtail here, just get itself a bit healthy, looking to hopefully take the Brave Bird better. Very nasty crit.
Big critical hit from the Brave Bird there. Dimitri knowing that that timer is rolling down, trying to take a KO and set this game to 3-on-3. But the Screamtail surviving on 7 HP is absolutely massive.
Yeah, very, very big there from Jack's Screamtail there. Trained in such a way to just sit there and just exist, basically. So buying that extra turn when the clock is dwindling down always helps. There can't be protects that come out as well. That'll extend that even further. Just keeping Jack's team healthy with the use of the leftovers and the grassy terrain as well. With those burns sort of just offsetting the recovery from the Terapagos. But
yeah.
No protects we see this turn.
We see no protect. There is that encore threat in front. And with time rolling down, Dimitri realizing he really needs to get these KOs down. That critical hit last turn, guaranteeing that this Ogerpon is in range of another Brave Bird. And it goes down, putting the game at 2v4 with 35 seconds to go.
Do we see a play from the Terapagos? Oh, the Terra Starstorm is disabled. It would have looked to taken out, I believe, either one of these two at the ranges they're at. 56 HP on Ho-Oh. Maybe not, because Ho-Oh's just an absolute monster in terms of special bulk. But that definitely would have been able to pick up the Screamtail there. That would have made it into a... If the Ogerpon did run out that turn, it would have been 3-3 for it. But it looks like we're going to be getting to a battle end with all the animations that comes up. That's going to be the game there. The trainers will click their actions and it'll be called.
Yeah, so this being such a big recovery game, both sides having leftovers, grassy terrain, regenerator, all this, the Horn Leech as well, all this recovery, stalling out this game, making it into such a drawn-out game, and it eventually comes down to timer. That Ho-Oh went from full HP to almost getting knocked out, all the way back up to full again, and put in so much work with those Brave Birds.
Yeah, I think with all the recovery that Ho-Oh take, with the leftovers as well, I think it was close to, like, Dimitri dealt probably, like, 160% of that max HP on there, which is crazy, because it was still just kicking and chilling, and there was options for it to gain back more HP with more defensive switches as well, if there were more time in the game. But all we get is 20 minutes. So.
Yeah, those game timers sometimes not often coming into play, not often coming into effect, but something that all trainers must really keep in mind. It does come into play sometimes, and it is really important to know how to either play to it as a win con or play against it if it's something that you think you might be kind of be about to struggle against, because as we saw in that game, both players had to adapt. As soon as that 3-minute timer came up, Jack playing more defensively, making sure to get those protection where he could, try to shut down those big hits coming out from the Ogerpon with the disable, shutting down the Terra Starstorm with the disable, while Dimitri on the other end trying to get those KOs. That big double up, really good call, going for that Horn Leech in the grassy terrain and that Terra Starstorm into the Screamtail. Huge double up, barely not taking the KO, putting it down to just 7 HP. And that Ho-Oh with that big crit, guaranteeing that the Ogerpon was in range of a second one. But now we're going to go over to an interview with both of our trainers and get some discussions going about how they thought those games went.
Yep. Alrighty, so we've got them both here.
Hello,
Dimitri.
hello.
Yeah.
How we doing?
How are we doing, guys?
Not bad. Absolute slog of a game too there.
Yeah, definitely a long game. We went to time. I was looking at my timer in game, and I had 6 seconds to lock in moves towards the end there. It was a bit of a rush.
Yeah,
I did so your so your in-game time was going down as well.
Yeah, Dimitri's
no. I'm like, I gotta click the buttons.
Yeah, it was at close to like 4 seconds when we got towards that last turn of locking in action. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so throughout that whole game, kind of two very different teams there that we saw come out from the both of you. Like one of you running the Sun Core, we had double physical restricteds, and on the other end we had No weather, a bit more of a kind of a balancy team, but with 2 special restricteds. And going into that Ho-Oh seemed to be kind of pivotal to that entire match.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Jack, what made you kind of decide to build around that Ho-Oh and that Groudon core?
Well, it's funny because I always thought when was thinking about double restricteds and Scarlet and Violet, I'm like, Ho-Oh seems like one of those guys that's just like not very good single restricted wise, but is really good as like a supporter because it can just, as you saw, like sit there, take hits, spread a bunch of burns, and then come out, use Regenerator, and then come back in and just do the same thing over and over again. Obviously, that was basically as good of a matchup as you could get for Ho-Oh because of it's got like a 154 special defense. So if it's not a Miraidon or a Kyogre, it will basically eat any special attack that you throw at it. And so overall, that was just like the best position it could be. And I'm glad I got to showcase why I think that the funny chicken bird is actually going to be really good in this format.
Dimitri, how did you feel seeing that Ho-Oh?
I hate the funny chicken bird. I hope it never sees the light of day. Nah, honestly, when I had a look at the team, I was like, I already knew I was in a bit of trouble. Just Ho-Oh just has a lot of like useful tools, especially like you said in the double restricted. Even the Sacred Fire just burning Terapagos is like a massive win for Ho-Oh as well. So yeah, when I saw the Ho-Oh, I was dreading. I was in fear, and rightfully so. Yeah.
Yeah, I learnt that trick when I used Entei in Reg G on my Zamazenta teams, and it was pretty pivotal in keeping Terapagos and other like Focus Sashmon just making sure they can never heal back to full, and that was really useful. So kind of taking those lessons and translating into this format, and obviously if you put Sacred Fire in the sun, it's going to do so much damage. And yeah, and then you just pair Sun Mons with best friends like Raging Bolt and Screamtail, and all of a sudden you've got a really potent core that can kind of, as you said, Henry, a balanced core, like a control core that I feel really comfortable with, and it is one of my more comfortable archetypes. So just kind of putting the pieces to make sure that I am always in the driver's seat and people aren't expecting the team that I'm bringing. So that's what I like to play.
Yeah, we saw that kind of really well showcased. That second game, the Screamtail coming in kind of on the perfect turn. The Terapagos has just set up Calm Mind. Screamtail hitting the field after the instant pivot, just being like, look, I'm here. I can encore you. You need to be able to either deal with this now or prepare for it later, which on the flip side, Dimitri positioned himself really well. So when that encore came down, the Ogerpon was there. It was able to follow me and really allow him to start getting off those Terra Starstorms, get off the Earth Powers. We saw the big Earth Power come off into the Annihilate on the turn that it closed combat, put it down so low, and in range of stuff like Grassy Glide, in range of another Earth Power, absolutely. And then there was another really big call from Dimitri there where he had the boosted Terapagos there, got it off the field, got that Ogerpon in, only taking the fake out, which was pretty much mitigated by the Grassy Train, and then pivoting back into the Terapagos again. It was kind of what looked like a really dire situation that kind of turned around and brought the game back to life again.
Yeah, once I was in that predicament, I was pretty much in a lose-lose situation. And then when you get into a situation like that, you have to change something. I'm like, yeah, sure, +2 boosts and nice on Terapagos, but I'm looking at the timer. The timer's running down, and I don't have another 3 turns to sit there and be encore locked into a move. So I thought, get Ogerpon in with an increased attack, get Terapagos back in again, and maybe we could do something. But I really liked how pretty much with Ho-Oh and with Annihilate, you sort of had, I could Earth Power one, I can't Terra Starstorm the other. You constantly kept switching on me, Jack. It was it was hard to keep up. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, it was sorry guys. It was a very good set overall. Definitely one of the better matchups for Ho-Oh, and Annihilate obviously very cool. Use that as it was basically like a GC mon with the focus sash and the coaching and taunt, very versatile, and so it was like, oh well, into Incineroar especially with dual restricteds, and I think Clear Amulet is a bit of a fraud in this regulation, in my opinion. And so I was like, well, let's at least get some Defiant boosts, kill Incin with close combat, and suddenly just cause havoc with coaching and taunt. But yeah, thank you so much for the match. It was really good.
Nice, thank you as well. It was a pleasure.
Master, have you got any questions for the guys at all?
No questions for them. Just thank you for taking the time out of your day to be on the showcase. Both phenomenal players, and it was a great set to watch. With some great adaptations from you both going into the game too. So it was wonderful. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome to see. It was really great play, really great games, and really cool teams coming out from both sides, kind of showcasing the big differences between Reg I and Reg G. Like back in Reg G, we wouldn't have been seeing things like Ho-Oh. We rarely saw it, and if we saw it, we didn't often see it at the high tables. We weren't seeing like a lot of these combinations, and we get to reveal it here. And like Terrapagos and Calyrex Shadow, I don't think is something that a lot of people have been looking at. I think there's been a couple here and there, but not something that people are massively expecting. Like we were talking earlier about how people have been looking at Calyrex, Zamazenta, like Miraidon, Calyrex, like these are the big common things, but we were able to kind of showcase here some of maybe the not so popular ideas, but show why they work and like just how the team building comes together to put together such an effective team run by such effective players. So yeah, thank you so much guys for this set. It was awesome, and I'm looking forward to many more sets from you guys in the future as well.
Sounds good. I'm keen for the rematch, Jack. You're on.
Absolutely. maybe at the Melbourne tables.
Melbourne tables, finals, done.
Absolutely.
That's
but
awesome.
And I'll be sticking around to watch the rest of the matches today, so I can't wait for those as well.
Yeah, it will definitely be good.
So we'll be back soon. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we will have the matchup between Bryce and Yoav.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Good.
Perfect.
You just... And we're back, guys, ready for our round 2.
We got our next set coming up. We have got 2 different trainers coming up here for us. We have on one side, we have Bryce Facey. And on the other side, we have Yoav.
So Bryce Facey versus Yoav Rubin. We'll show Bryce's team here first. Bryce, another one of our players who he's been around for a while. I believe he's been around since about the COVID era, back when we were playing online, and really had a flare the last few years. Had a couple of unfortunate close misses to top 8, coming 9th at the 2025 Perth Regionals after an undefeated run in Swiss, and 9th at the 2024 Melbourne Regionals as well. Also coming top 32 at Brisbane Regionals last year as well. But yeah, he's always been, ever since he started playing, he's been doing really well, doing really consistently, puts in a lot of hard work when it comes to learning teams. I've been able to team build with him a bit, and he really puts in a lot of effort for all the teams that he does, and making sure he learns how to play them really well. And it really pays off, as you can see with his results. And he is showcasing another restricted duo that we haven't gotten to see yet, being one we also haven't touched on really, being that Zacian Kyogre team.
Yeah, the swordfish or the soggy doggy, or just that archetype. Back, it was strong and prevalent in the Sword and Shield era. Back for a showcasing now here in the Scarlet and Violet Regulation I format, alongside some trusty pals. We've got the Tornadus, the Amoonguss, Incineroar, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, so Tornadus and Urshifu very solidly placed themselves as kind of staples on most rain teams nowadays. Excuse me. Tornadus being able to set up that rain again in case something like Sun hits the field or a Terrapagos erases that rain. And also having access to just those really fast tailwinds. That amazing move in Bleak Wind, which I think is probably the best move that we've seen introduced since Surging Strikes. And Urshifu hitting through Protect, critting every hit. It's so good.
Yeah, absolutely nasty there. We're gonna touch on Amoonguss because I don't think we've seen Amoonguss yet. This one is Terra Normal, and it is Focus Sash on the Amoonguss as well, which is, could be interesting. That's something I haven't seen since Turbo Shroom, but maybe this one's not quite like that. But we are gonna see potentially Spore come out of play and showcase the power of sleep in Pokemon.
Yeah, so you've got that standard Incineroar, safety goggles, generally for opposing Amoonguss, Will-O-Wisp. We saw that in the last game, being on those sets, but unfortunately didn't get to see them used. Kind of an interesting fourth option on the Urshifu of Rock Tomb as well, for a bit more of that speed control that we don't normally see on it, where we see either Coaching or Aqua Jet. But I think we should also take some time to talk about Yoav, how his career has been and what he's running. So take it away.
Yeah, so Yoav, Yoav has quite a lot of strong results here. I believe one of them is a 3rd place in the Players' Cup 3 in the Global Finals, alongside a top 32 at Perth in 2024, EUYC top 128 in 2024, which is an excellent showing as well. 9th in Global Challenge 1 in 2025 as well, so showing that regardless of the best of 1 or the best of 3 format, Yoav's got results to back it. And Yoav's running one of the pairings traditionally what we've seen in the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, so we've talked about it a lot, but we haven't actually seen it today, but we get to see it here. Yoav showcasing that Calyrex Shadow Zamazenta Crown and opting with the Focus Sash on the Calyrex, which is one of the few items that people have been using on it. A lot of the time we see Focus Sash, Spell Tag, Life Orb. Focus Sash just being a bit more consistent into opposing Pokemon, giving it a bit more of that longevity. And going with that Terra Normal, which is really big into opposing Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, quite nice for that. A lot of pretty interesting Terra decisions on Yoav's end. There's the water on the Rillaboom with the Miracle Seed. That's generally from what I've experienced. With Miracle Seed, they sometimes like to be Terra Grass, just for that extra bit of oomph on their grass attacks. Because the Assault Vest is placed on the Raging Bolt on this team.
Yeah, so we're in our last set. Whereas in our last set, we saw Assault Vest on the Rillaboom, we saw Life Orb on the Raging Bolt. This time, those roles are reversed. Rillaboom wanting to hit that bit harder with that Miracle Seed, and Raging Bolt wanting to take hits a bit better with that Assault Vest, but not to be put out and still wanting to get a bit of a special not necessarily a special attack boost, but an electric type boost, going with that Terra Electric to buff up those electric type moves that it'll be using. Rillaboom, that Terra Water, really nice into things like Calyrex Ice, which Rillaboom generally doesn't want to be in front of, but with that Terra Water, it lets it live those hits enough for those Woodhammers to really put in a lot of work. And something we haven't seen on Incineroar today is we've got the Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, we do have the Rocky Helmet out there on the Incineroar. For what I saw, the first thing we're going to be showcasing it today is Wide Guard, move that I feel is definitely going to be something that picks up and is quite strong in the Regulation I format. A lot of these big, restricted, damaging moves are spread moves, and Wide Guard being able to force an opponent to either respect it, not have it freely clicked, could work well in Yav's favor, especially against Kyogre, where Kyogre's big water attacks are coming from that water spout and Origin Pulse. And even though the Zacian is there on the side of Bryce, I'm excited to see Wide Guard come out to play as well, because it also stops Tornadus from throwing out Bleakwind Storms as well.
Yeah, Wide Guard being one of those big reasons that Zamazenta has been kind of splashable on a bunch of teams lately. Just gives them that option of, you want an Astral Barrage, you want a Water Spout, Origin Pulse. As you were saying, they really need to think about if that's what they're actually going to click. But we're going to go over pretty soon and get these players started. Hopefully get them to team preview pretty soon and then get this game rolling. We hope you all enjoyed our first set of the day between Jack and Dimitri, but we're going to get into another really interesting and really cool matchup between these two great players now.
It's been great to showcase. I was just about to say it's great not just to showcase these players, but different restricted archetypes as well, because we haven't had any double ops yet, which has been quite nice to see.
Yeah, it's been really cool showcasing some of the kind of lesser scene restrictors, because like we said before, Ho-Oh we haven't seen throughout the entirety of Reg G really at all. And having that next to Groudon, we've seen it, but we haven't seen it much. And making a really good, really solid Suncore. And yeah, like, it just puts in so much work. But on the flip side, this set, we're going to be seeing that Rain Core instead. That Kyogre, that Tornadus, that Urshifu that come together so well, so solidly. Pairing it with that Zacian, which another thing that it rose up a bit in Reg G. We had it have some nice showings last year at LA in kind of the Reg G A season, as people call it. But I don't believe we've seen it too much in the Reg G, the second half of Reg G. So it's cool to see it making another rise here in Regulation I.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to see that as well. It's packing that substitute move where normally Zacians generally like to have an extra bit of coverage there. Didn't really touch on that. Substitute, I think, is an absolute sleeper move at the moment. I see honestly nothing with it. It'd be exciting to see what the options are as these trainers are looking to lock in and selecting their 4. I think Bryce is just sitting there thinking on his last at the moment.
Yeah, and that Raging Bolt on the opposing side, sitting in a kind of really good position. It threatens a lot onto a large spread of Bryce's team. Those Thunderclaps hitting hard, taking those big water spouts and big Origin pulses pretty well with that Assault Vest and Dragon typing. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup between these two players.
Yeah, so we see the Raging Bolt and the Zamazenta just lead out the gate there from Yoav, and from Bryce we see the Urshifu and the Incineroar.
Yeah, so again, same as last set, seeing these big fake out leads next to something that hits very hard. That Raging Bolt really pressuring down this Urshifu at the moment, and Zamazenta. It's such a wall, or I guess as you should call it, such a shield. It's a tank. It's there to soak up those hits, and getting access to body press with Scarlet and Violet has opened up its options so much. It turned it from one of the least used restricteds we've ever seen to one of the most used. It's so good. Those body presses, stab, +1 boost, and a naturally massive defense stat hits so hard.
Yeah, and also not needing to worry about the Intimidate that a lot of teams like to have to offset physical damage. Doesn't work for body press. Zami doesn't care about that one. So
that's for sure.
We're seeing a quick switch into Amoonguss here. That was in exchange for the Urshifu, I believe. And
yeah, so Bryce realizing the threat that Raging Bolt is holding over the Urshifu, getting it out, getting in that support mon of Amoonguss, and the Incin covering itself, making sure it doesn't need to burn its Terry yet to resist a body press, and faking out the Zama.
Alright, see the Thunderbolt there doing quite a sizable chunk to that Incineroar there. Not looking to pay too much, knowing that the Urshifu was looking like it'll probably switch, fearing a Thunderclap, and not wanting to burn Terra immediately, so Yoav capitalized well on that decision there.
Yeah, catching the Yoav realizing that there could be a defensive switch, even something like an Aqua Jet offsets a Thunderclap, and just the safe play of, I'm going to get some consistent damage down on the board right now. You can only fake out one of these things. That Incineroar is taking some damage this turn no matter what. The fake out, going into the Zamazenta. Zamazenta defensively tearing, doesn't really want to take Surging Strikes if it doesn't have to, but down goes the Incineroar. That Zamazenta showing why it's such a threat, and then it's the Dragon Pulse coming out from the Raging Bolt, dealing some good damage to this Amoonguss as well.
Yeah, very big damage there. Looking to put one of many threats to sleep here with Spore. So Zamazenta is going for a bit of a nap now. Wondering what we're going to see coming here. Will it be that Urshifu that we've seen? Will it be one of the restricteds that Bryce has brought? Because we've seen the 3. So is it the Kyogre? Is it the Zacian? Or has he just decided to bring Torn instead?
Yeah, so it's always a really interesting discussion about how you should bring your restrictors to each game, because it's not always each game that they should be coming. There's different things that they're good and bad into. But it is that Kyogre, which is kind of an indicator of why this Amoonguss has put that Zamazenta to sleep instead of the Raging Bolt. You can redirect those Raging Bolt moves, but the Zamazenta, at least for this turn, cannot go for something like a Wide Guard, so you're guaranteed to get off at least one of these big potential water spouts from that Kyogre.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
the Amoonguss, another interesting thing to note as well that we didn't really touch on is its Focus Sash is now broken. There are things like the Ogerpon Hearthflame and that sort of, and those Pokemon, even the Calyrex Shadow, that have the potential to one-shot an Amoonguss, but that Focus Sash being broken means that it's now in range of any of those hits.
And I do believe we're going to see a Terastallization come out from Bryce here. And it's on the Kyogre, which is now going to be a grass type, so it's going to be able to take those Thunderclaps much more comfortably.
Yeah, so Bryce understanding that maybe I don't want to be going for those rage bouters here. I want to be getting damage off now. Spore is really good for me. So allowing himself to resist those hits. Yoav kind of going, you can click whatever you want there. I'm going for consistent damage, not necessarily super effective damage. Getting off that Dragon Pulse, which is getting that Water Spout's power a bit lowered. We see both these Pokemon resisting that damage, but it's still good, consistent damage from that Kyogre. And now both of these Pokemon are asleep.
Yeah, both those Pokemon taking a snooze. Raging Bolt has a guaranteed turn of sleep. Zamazenta may wake up if it's a bit of an early bird, but only time will tell. We'll see. We'll see if the Zamazenta wants to wake up and look to go for a wide guard here, looking to attempt to block a water move coming out from the Kyogre.
Even something like a Body Press could be really big. This Amoonguss has access to Pollen Puff. With those two Pokemon fast asleep and the Zamazenta staying asleep, it's hard not to imagine that you'd get a Pollen Puff going into this Kyogre to get those Water Spouts right back up to that full power. Because, God, it hits so hard. An Origin Pulse is great. A full power Water Spout, even better, because at least that way, you're also not risking those misses that kind of let Groudon and Kyogre down a lot in Reg G.
Yeah, you absolutely bang on the money there. We did see that side Pollen Puff coming out. Kyogre back to being relatively healthy again. Amoonguss being a part poison type, maybe it's looking out going, I can take a Body Press. As we can see, because there's no terrestrialization on Yoav's end, as it's been used on the Zamazenta, maybe they're going to have an opportunity to look to throw out the single target ice move on the Raging Bolt, which has been switched out, and looks like it's going into a
Calyrex Shadow. So Raging Bolt switching out in favor for this Calyrex Shadow. Calyrex really not wanting to switch into a water type, but the Zamazenta wakes up and gets that wide guard off. Wide guard, stopping the potential Water Spout, stopping the potential Origin Pulse. If it doesn't wake up there, that is very, very scary for Yoav, but Zamazenta coming through. But it's that Ice Beam instead, guaranteeing a bit of damage onto that Bolt, and the freeze on the Ice Beam switch in.
That is not what Yoav wants to see right now, coming in. Just another case of Calyrex just not having a good Monday. Not having a good day.
So that Zamazenta came through massively. Big wide guard, guaranteeing that Calyrex isn't taking one of those big water moves. But that Ice Beam, while it does maybe not as good damage as the water types moves are gonna do, that Ice Beam freeze, that secondary effect is so massive when it comes out. That Calyrex could thaw out this turn and nothing may as well have not been frozen, or it could be frozen for the rest of the game. There's so many variants of what freeze can do. It's why people don't enjoy it a lot. People never like when their own Pokemon gets frozen, and frozen solid it stays.
Yeah, see the Body Press coming out. That is very big damage onto the Kyogre. But sees through it. There's the Origin Pulse coming out there, getting a double knockout there. We'll see if that's followed up with a side Pollen Puff, or if Bryce was looking to cover maybe a potential switch or a potential damage roll on there. There's the Spore coming out there, so looking to cover bases for a potential switch.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Yoav there. Without that freeze, if it was able to get a move off, something like an Astral Barrage just to finish off that KO on the Kyogre, or even just to protect and make sure that it's sticking around the turn, both would have been so big, so pivotal in... Honestly, it likely would have kept him with both of his restricteds, but instead, the Calyrex not able to move, the Body Press not enough damage, and both Origin Pulse hits connecting. Yoav's down both his restricteds, and that Raging Bolt is still asleep.
Yeah, I don't believe Raging Bolt stayed into burn a sleep turn, so I still think it has a sleep turn that it is required to take. He may be looking down, but definitely not out of this game. A first turn wait coming out of the Raging Bolt in a future turn could end up being quite favorable for Yoav.
The Fake Out comes out, critical hit, does a good amount of damage, not quite enough to pick up the Kyogre. But the Raging Bolt still asleep. The Pollen Puff coming out. Rain stopping. Rain going down. But that Pollen Puff regaining that Kyogre so much HP puts the Kyogre in such a good position here. It's out of range of a potential Dragon Pulse. Those water moves hitting the Incineroar so hard.
Yeah, gonna be quite nasty. We see an Ice Beam coming out there, just looking to take out the Raging Bolt, but the Raging Bolt hangs on, taking another turn of sleep, so not the first turn wake up. And we're going to see a Flare Blitz. That's just going to look to take out the Amoonguss here.
Yeah, there have been so much up and so much down for this Raging Bolt. For Yoav entirely in this game, these turns have been the Zamazenta woke up, got the Wide Guard, but the Calyrex froze. We've got the Raging Bolt living the Ice Beam, but staying asleep. It's the versatility of these matches, of these games. These secondary effects and these status effects have such a big impact. We've seen sleep this game. We've seen freeze. We've seen all these things just come together to kind of make this match what it is. And while it goes up and down on some sides, it often makes the game.
Oh, it looks like the match was cancelled there. Yoav, knowing defeat at this point, and decided to lock in and focus in on adapting for a game 2.
Yeah, so really well played from both players. Both players, they're making really good adjustments. I think Yoav absolutely smashed the lead. Yoav seems so far ahead from our base turn 1. He had Raging Bolt and Zamazenta in front of Urshifu and Incineroar. He was applying so much pressure, forcing that Urshifu out, getting the early KO on the Incineroar turn 2. But when that Amoonguss and Kyogre hit the field, once that Zamazenta was asleep, it was really hard to break through the Terra Grass and the Spores. We saw the defensive switches, we saw the defensive Terra. The Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt were taking those hits, but the longer they stayed asleep, the worse it got. And that freeze on the switch-in was really detrimental there, because it meant the Calyrex that could have really supported that Zamazenta didn't get to do its job.
Yeah, very, very nasty hit there for Yoav with that freeze. Bryce showcasing just the power of Spore and just the power of Amoonguss support with those Pollen Puffs, just keeping Kyogre just healthy and being able to protect it as well with those Rage Powders. Just in that,
in that game 1, we saw Bryce only bring one of his restricted Pokemon. Is there having that knowledge from game 1? Is there any adjustment that you'd maybe like to see from Yoav, or do you think there's anything that, like, on that lead being so rough, do you think there's adjustment that Bryce could maybe do or see from both of these players?
I definitely think there can be an adjustment made from Bryce, just to have a better time into that potential lead. Yoav, I think, just hit the lead absolutely right out the park. I think with Yoav's mindset might be gone. I still feel I played well, my leads were right, just a bit unlucky with that freeze. So maybe there might be no adaptation made from Yoav, but we'll see what happens as we are getting locked into the game 2 starting now.
So there is an adjustment turn 1. No more Raging Bolt on the lead. And there's actually the double adjustment. So from Yoav, we've got that Ogerpon Hearthflame making its first appearance in this set. Next to the Zamazenta that we saw before. We still have the Incin on Bryce's side. But next to it, that Zacian, also for the first time this set, coming to play.
Yeah, so Zacian, with its Intrepid Sword, getting that +1 attack. But not really liking the look of staring down either of these two too much. The Zamazenta with the boosted defense, the Ogerpon resisting both of its moves in Behemoth Blade and Play Rough. With the potential for Zamazenta to immediately threaten Incineroar as well, because even though it's been intimidated, that body press comes off that defense stat. That's still going to hurt Incineroar.
Yeah, so once again, Yoav pressuring a lot of offensive damage on from this lead, from this turn 1, while Bryce has that Intimidate, has that Fake Out. He's got that more supportive pressure there. And like, there's this huge, there's this Terra here. Terra Dragon, not something we commonly see on Zacian. Generally, we're seeing ground, water, or fairy to either boost the damage or resist hits. This is to resist hits in a different way. You're resisting that common fire, water, grass core, which is perfect when you're in front of something such as this Hearth Flame. Going for that -1 Ivy Cudgel into, which would have been super effective onto that Zacian, but instead it's into the resisted substitute, which doesn't actually manage to break it either.
Yeah, it's dealing less than that 25% there. That means the substitute gets to stay around, so Zacian also able to dodge and intimidate if Incineroar comes in, thanks to that substitute being up on the field now. So Bryce is looking pretty nice with that Zacian behind that sub there. The damage, it's still threatening, still not the greatest, but we'll see how that goes. Incineroar can look to potentially slow down Yoav.
Yeah, so the Intimidate's putting in a lot of work into the Ogerpon, less work into the Zamazenta, but still really important. Like, you see those fake outs, turn 1, allow the Zacian to go for things like that substitute, only having to worry about the resisted hit that it was potentially taking from the Ogerpon. Play rough coming out here, still doing decent damage to the Zamazenta, dealing about 20-30%. And a double up coming into what was that Incineroar, the body press, and the Ivy Cudgel. So Yoav really covering his bases there on this Incineroar. Doesn't have the ability to Terra anymore. There's a good chance it's going to switch into something. That Amoonguss is a pretty good target, making sure that it does not come in for free.
Yeah, it cost almost Amoonguss's life. With that very good double in there from Yoav. There is something interesting on Yoav as well. There's no grass move on that half lane, so there is always the option that we can see a fourth move there in Helping Hand on the Ogerpon.
Yeah, a move that Yoav has been a big fan of throughout Reg G. Yoav being one of my locals, he has often played Calyrex Shadow next to that Helping Hand on the half lane. It puts in so much damage. It deals... Like, it's so good. It's so hard because it just... Calyrex is very used to killing everything, KOing everything anyway. Just does even more damage. But we do see that a second Ivy Cudgel from that Hearth Flame is able to take out that substitute on the Zacian. Even through the -1, even through the resist. And now the Zacian has to be wary of these big body pressures that come out. This Amoonguss is very low. You can redirect this turn if you like, but that will likely be the last turn that it redirects for the game.
Yeah, so Bryce is in a spot where he's got to make the call here on what he feels is the right thing to do. Looking to see if he can get more damage out, try and keep Zacian healthy, maybe look to put something to sleep. But that's the follow me.
Yeah, so instead of opting for the offensive option on the Ogerpon, Yoav going for the defensive option, making sure that Zamazenta isn't taking the damage, that we put it a bit lower. Also, could cover an Amoonguss Spore, just in case that was happening, but the body press goes off without a hitch. Amoonguss goes down. It was low enough that even that resisted hit is in range of KOing. And this kind of the big pivotal support that was so important in game 1 is no longer on the field, no longer going to be coming back on the field this game, and Bryce is going to have to figure out how to kind of try to mitigate the damage that could be coming out now.
Yeah, so I do believe that Bryce's fourth is unrevealed and the Incineroar was on lead. The fourth, from what we can see here, is Urshifu. So it'll be able to throw off some big surging strikes. We do need to keep in mind, though, that Zamazenta does have a defensive terrestrialization option to offset that damage from the Urshifu.
It sure does, and it's often better to do that defensive terrestrialization rather than just go for losing one of your support Pokemon like that. But this Ogerpon, it's kind of done its job. It's helped with the Amoonguss. The Amoonguss is gone now. it doesn't have a grass move, so it's not going to be trying to take the KOs on this Urshifu. You might want to preserve your Terastallization and let this Ogerpon go down this turn, because it's going to be living at least a hit from the Zacian if you want to try to get a swing with it, or even a Helping Hand Body Press could actually take a KO on one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, that's what I was eyeing off. The idea of like a Helping Hand Body Press onto something like that Urshifu, or even the Zacian, sorry. But it's elected to follow me.
So the Scarf on the Urshifu, allowing it to move before the Zacian. So if there was ever a Follow Me coming out there, the Zacian is going to be hitting the second. So that the Terra Water there, defensive, maybe not necessarily for this turn, but for following turns, just making sure that that's there, that's used, and that's what you're locking in. Huge body press damage coming out down onto the Zamazenta. From the Zamazenta onto the Zacian, sorry. Zacian very low now, and Calyrex Shadow hitting the field really comfortably. It should be outspeeding that Zacian, and the Urshifu's locked into close combat.
Yeah, so not the move you'd want to be locked into there with the Urshifu taking down the Ogerpon to see probably the one Pokemon that wants to take that more than anything. We could see potentially what Bryce wants to do. He does have the Incineroar in the back that can take on the Calyrex Shadow Rider nicely, but doesn't really want to look at Zamazenta.
Yeah, so Zamazenta Calyrex here threatening a big Astral Barrage Body Press combination. Being locked into that close combat. Not the best for the Urshifu here. It could have pivoted out, but Bryce, reading the writing on the walls, understanding that this isn't the best position for me, I don't believe I can come back from this position, and I'm going to move on to game 3. So, a really good adjustment from Yoav there. That Hearthflame putting in massive work, both defensively and offensively, helping catch the Amoonguss on the switch in. Just resisting all of those big hits that Zacian brought out. And considering we didn't see the Zacian game 1, that was a really good call for Yoav to make.
Yeah, the Ogerpon putting in the big work. We did see a lack of rain, and we saw that rain be very strong in that game 1 as well. I would imagine there would potentially be the Rillaboom or the Raging Bolt as Yoav's 4th in that game 2, just to cover for that option of the Kyogre coming out, because the Raging Bolt's Assault Vest, it still resists a bunch of Kyogre's hits, and it still deals big damage, even without any Photosynthesis boosts. Like, it's still incredibly strong.
Absolutely. That Amoonguss next to that Kyogre in game 1 put in so much work. Redirecting potential body presses, putting things to sleep to shut down the wide guard, pollen puffing back up to that Kyogre. It was like the Ho-Oh in our first set. The Kyogre went down to so low just to come back up with pollen puff and start hitting harder again. I wouldn't be surprised to see something come out from Bryce revolving around that Amoonguss, that Kyogre, trying to position them to get into a spot to sweep like game 1. Yoav, knowing this, he's just adjusted to the Hearthflame. He's seen the Zacian come out. He caught that amazingly and shut it down so hard. But like you said, there's that Rillaboom. There's that Raging Bolt. If Yoav is expecting this adjustment from Bryce to be heavily Kyogre evolved, he's got the Wide Guard, he's got the Grass typing, he's got the Electric typing. These are all options that he could really go hard into just to shut down that really strong Kyogre mode that we know Bryce has available to him.
Yeah, spot on there. So, looks like our trainers have locked in their 4 selected Pokemon for this game 3. Exciting to have to showcase a game 3 as well today, so this will be good to see. We've had good adaptations from Yoav into the game 2. Both players have been playing quite phenomenally, and we see double restricted lead from Yoav into the Urshifu and the Kyogre from Bryce.
Oh, so both players really going, all right, let's see how much damage we can deal on this turn one. Yoav, double restricted. They're generally your hardest hitting Pokemon. And when you're looking at Calyrex and the damage that Body Press can dish out, it's massive. Calyrex, unlike Half Flame, can hit the Amoonguss without having to worry about Rain mitigating the damage. But on Bryce's side, he's got the Scarf Urshifu. It's in Rain. These Surging Strikes are hitting so hard. Kyogre looking a little vulnerable here, though. It's set up Rain, which is really good for Ursh, but the Kyogre is in a spot where it doesn't really want to be.
Yeah, so we see the Calyrex switching out here into the Raging Bolt, looking to potentially take those Scarf Surging Strikes. Good defensive play there from Yoav, if that does happen to be the case. Same for Bryce, going for the Amoonguss, could be in a similar light to that Body Press. And I think on Tad with that Body Press threat as well, we're going to see the Ghost Terastallization come out from the Urshifu, just to sort of protect itself as much as possible from the Zamazenta hit, probably knowing that the Urshifu is trained in a manner that it's very likely, if not guaranteed, to just pick up the Calyrex Shadow Rider with those Surging Strikes with a Rain boost.
Yeah, so those Focus Sash Calyrex generally tending to be trained more speedily, more specially offensive, less on the bulky side. Both trainers realizing, I got to get my special attacking restrictors out of here before they get knocked out. Raging Bolt, a perfect switch into those Surging Strikes. Even in Rain, only dealing about 30%. It's got such a high base stat total, and it resists the hits, and that Body Press going to Amoonguss. So really good defensive switches from both players, and both players burning their Terra turn one on their fighting types.
Yeah, both for defensive options, one for the defensive option into the Surging Strikes, the other a defensive option into the Body Press, so looking to sort of just one-up each other in a sense.
Yeah, and there's a lot of options now. So, like, we've got the redirection, which Bryce isn't going for. He's got the Terra Ghost active. He's like, look, you can Thunderclap me. I know I'm not going down to that from just a Thunderclap. Amoonguss being so threatening in Game 1 and being as hard targeted down as it was Game 2. Bryce wanting to keep it safe. The Raging Bolt now very low, possibly in range of a third Surging Strikes, but the Heavy Slam going into that Protect. And the Dragon Pulse as well.
Very nice Protect there from Bryce, looking to call that out. Urshifu sitting pretty. Probably going to look to be able to 1v1 the Raging Bolt just with Surging Strike damage, which is not a common sight that you see.
Yeah, so that left slot is pretty safe to throw a Surging Strikes into. The thing that would take it best, which we don't know if it's in the back or not, would be that Rillaboom if Yoav has chosen to bring it. Otherwise, nothing on the team really wants to switch into it. It's gotten away with taking no damage so far. And the Zamazenta protecting. Quite likely expecting a Spore to come out for when that Kyogre comes out. But it's just a Rage Powder coming out from the Amoonguss, keeping that Urshifu safe from, there it is, the Thunderclap.
Yep, and here we go. And looks like, cheeky, 8-9 hit KO? Yeah.
We got there eventually. It started off being such a good defensive switch in, but eventually that damage does still stack up. The critical hit, the rain, it adds up eventually. And as you said, after 8 hits, it got there.
Yeah, so Ogerpon is the confirmed 4th here for Yoav. Definitely not something that wants to take those Surging Strikes. It's still a neutral hit, but we saw the bulk of Raging Bolt and the resist and how much damage that was still taking, still just a crazy amount of damage. Amoonguss can still look to protect the Urshifu with Rage Powders. It would mainly be looking to protect it from Heavy Slams, as the Urshifu is a Ghost type, so immune to the Body Press.
Yeah, and this Urshifu and Amoonguss, it's so well positioned at the moment. Especially, that was a massive turn where Bryce called the double into Amoonguss and got the Protect. It gave Urshifu the room that it needed, but it's not actually looking like this Surging Strikes is going to be able to pick up the Ogerpon, and it's not. So Ogerpon really toughing it out for Yoav there, living that hit. And Yoav coming up for another double up onto this Amoonguss, coming so close. The body press and the Ivy Cudgel just barely missing out on KOing the Amoonguss. If that was a heavy slam, it may have gotten there. But body press covering that potential Incineroar switch in, covering that potential Kyogre switch in as well. But it just means that Amoonguss lives on a sliver of health.
Yeah, still there to fight another day. We did see the Pollen Puff come out there. I do believe there was a follow me that Pollen Puff would have redirected, potentially taken a KO. But here we see the helping hand. So, looking he's just going to go down, but he's going to get one last big hit off with Zamazenta.
Yeah, Zamazenta, I think Yoav realizing that he needs to really turn on the damage here. Start taking either KOs or putting in some damage. And that is some pretty good damage. A heavy slam into the Urshifu. But it means the Amoonguss is still sticking around and goes down. Doesn't go down, sorry. It doesn't go down and it gets to get off a Spore.
Yeah, it's very rough for that, but I do see why Yoav went for the Urshifu in regards to that. It doesn't bring in rain for free. It does force the switch from the Amoonguss to get Kyogre in to have rain set up. Potentially looking to try and live that Surging Strike, and the Calyrex definitely picks up a double knockout here with the Astral Barrage.
It sure does. I believe the Urshifu needs the rain to KO this Calyrex. It might... Yeah, so the Urshifu, 9 times out of 10 here, you want to be clicking this Surging Strikes into this Calyrex. The Calyrex is the thing that can really pull it back. The Calyrex, if it is bulky enough, could still be able to survive this Surging Strikes. But based off that first hit, it looks like, yeah, it is going to be going down. Yoav understood that this Urshifu is such a threat, and the previous turn trying to take it out, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. The helping hand not giving Zamazenta the damage boost that it needed, and the Calyrex goes down.
There we are, so... Yeah, we're locked in here into a 4v1 scenario, the one being a sleeping Zamazenta. Not exactly what you want to see, but... Maybe we see a miracle come out. It does resist all of the Kyogre's hits onto it. The body press is still going to hit quite hard. Haven't revealed the fourth from Bryce yet, so Yoav doesn't know what that is in the back. But the single target water spout, that is just
massive water spout into a resisted hit. Yeah, that Zamazenta unfortunately not able to move before this Urshifu, and yeah, Yoav understanding that does forfeit the match, and that brings Bryce to a 2-1 win with a really good adjustment after that game 2.
Yeah, very solid adjustment there for sure. Realizing that the rain mode work, Zacian was good, but didn't get the result that he was after, and then going back with the Kyogre. It was mostly the Urshifu that really did it all, to be honest.
Yeah, so game 1, we saw that Amoonguss next to that Kyogre once they got positioned, putting in massive work. Game 2, the Kyogre, we didn't actually see it. The Amoonguss got doubled up onto early with the switch in, went down, and that redirection, that big, heavy support was not there, was not available. Game 3, Bryce looked at it, realized how pivotal that Amoonguss was, and how important the rain was as well. The rain let the Urshifu's damage be as good as it was. The rain let that Amoonguss survive the double up of Body Press and Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel. The Amoonguss plus the water damage was just so pivotal.
Yeah, very, very tough to take on. The rain boosted, Mystic Water boosted moves, that never to be slept on. Amoonguss just doing Amoonguss things, just showcasing just why that Pokemon gets used.
Yeah.
Yeah, very phenomenal support, especially in rain, because it's offsetting a lot of that fire type damage. Like, you saw how well it took that Ivy Cudgel in the rain in that game 3.
Absolutely. We're going to cut to just a minute break here while we get our players settled in for an interview, and then we'll be back for a chat with our players.
What? Alrighty, we're here with our post-match interview with Bryce and Yoav. Gentlemen, excellent showcasing. Let us know your thoughts on the set.
It was a sweat. I'll put it that way. I literally, and the funny thing is, because I play poker, and sometimes I just know when I'm going to cooler someone. As soon as I clicked that ice beam, I just knew it was going to freeze. I was like, please don't freeze. But I just knew. I was like, he's got a good position. Like, of course, we'll just ruin the exhibition match with some hacks, but.
Yeah, it was a bit tough because I was trying to get in a position in the last game where I have Calyrex and Zama next to each other, so then I can just go psychic body press into the Amoongus slot and just like try and pin it. Like, because then I KO the Amoongus and then the body press gets redirected into Kyogre.
Yep.
But yeah, freeze, unfortunately, that sucked a bit.
Yeah, no, it was a good position for you. I think you would have had you would have had a really good position for sure.
But besides that game, I think I played game 3 very poorly, and I think Luigi played it really well. I think on the turn he protected Amoongus. I think me doubling to that slot was a huge throw because I needed to get rid of Urshifu because in rain it just one-shots my Calyrex. So even if he doesn't protect, which I thought he wasn't going to protect, and I get spored, like I'd still be in a like decent spot because I'd have Calyrex and on the field, but I think that turn where I doubled the Amoongus and it protected like lost me the game instantly.
It was a pretty pivotal turn. We saw after that how much damage that Urshifu was able to do, even with the resisted hits on the Raging Bolt. It took a lot to get there, but it got there. Like, that damage was huge. But an interesting thing that I want to note on all 3 games, we saw adjustments from both of you. Game 1, Bryce only went with the Kyogre. We saw that Amoongus Kyogre do a lot of work. The freeze helped a lot, but like the Kyogre Amoongus was the big kind of pivotal part.
Yeah,
Game
that threw me
two.
off. Like my Instant did nothing that game.
Game 2, we saw the switch up. We saw Bryce switch to just the Zacian, and you switched to the Hearth Flame, and the Hearth Flame caught the Zacian amazingly. Like the adjustment from you there, making that call to the Hearth Flame was really big, and we saw how well it did for you in that game too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
It was
As soon as I
after
saw
game
that,
one. After game one and the Amoonguss just spoiling everything, I was like, okay, I'm not having this.
yeah. I mean, as soon as I saw that lead, I knew the game was basically over. Like, I had a couple of safe plays, but in terms of like trying to catch the bolt, like, I've just completely caught me on lead because I thought that I could deal. As far as the matchup goes, I think like in general, Swordfish has an okay time into Zamazenta and Calyrex, most builds, but most people have dropped Bolt at this point. So I think once Bolt is added into the equation, it gets a lot more tricky. I think if it was like Whimsicott over Tornadus, that's probably a way to like kind of mitigate the matchup percentage loss. So trying to flowchart, knowing that Urshifu is the most important piece, but I have to deal with Rilla, Bolt, Cali, and then also Body Press is just doing infinite to me as well. Definitely made it tricky. Yeah.
I think the Amoonguss for you was pivotal because I played many games with the team I just used, and I'd always beat Zacian Ogre, but a lot of them didn't have Amoonguss, but Amoonguss was like so hard to deal with because it's like I don't really want to bring Ogerpon, but then if I don't, I have no Spore immunity, so it's like
for sure.
I think it was
the build that I'm using is Robbie's Swordfish team that he posted on YouTube. I changed a couple of things. I changed the Amoonguss to Focus Sash to try and help specifically for Kali-Assam, because if the Kali has Life Orb, then Psychic will just take it out in one hit. So being able to force the double up and therefore introduce a mind game where you can protect on a double up, which happened in game 3, is a slight adjustment that I made. And I also changed what was his fourth move? I think he had Coaching, and I changed it to Rock Tomb to add another newer speed control. If I can bring Tornadus, but I think I could have played the end of game 3 a little bit cleaner as well. I actually didn't realize that Surging and Rain would do so little to Terrawater's arm. So I probably had to get in Amoonguss and get it next to Ursh, sack Amoonguss, and then bring in Torn because I had Torn in the back. Because I think if Zam got a one-turn wake there at the end, Body Press Kyogre, that could have been in some trouble. But yeah.
You both brought some very, I guess, what early regulation I call standard teams. Zacian, Kyogre, and Calyrex Zamazenta. Calyrex Zamazenta being kind of the peak of this is what most people are using right now. What made you guys kind of come on to those teams? Yoav, what got you to use the Calyrex Zamazenta?
Well, I was testing a bunch of teams, and I just realized that this team I brought is like the most consistent team that I've been bringing, like into like basically almost all matchups. It's like very good. Where as I was running some other teams with like Cali Shadow and like Terapagos, and those teams just get destroyed by like Snarl Spam or like really like specially defensive teams, and like I wasn't really liking it, so I just tried this team out with like Cali Shadow Zam, and it was just like so consistent. Like I was just winning so many games on Showdown, and I was feeling confident coming into this, but I got humbled. So it's what it is.
Freeze will do that. A Freeze will do that.
It's like it's the number one usage restricted core at the moment for a good reason. Like you said, like that consistency is just so important, and it's what you want when you have no idea what you're going to be going up against.
Exactly.
But yeah, Bryce, Swordfish, something that we saw a lot of back in 2022. What got you to kind of bring that in today?
So I only have a few games on that exact build. The main reason I picked it, like Kieran mentioned the Robbie team to me, and as soon as I saw Instant Amoonguss, I was kind of interested because generally, like most of the Kyogreization builds that I was trying were generally HO leaning. And I tried some variants that had kind of like the off Trick Room element with either Indeedee or Farik, and then to kind of use like Zacian up front with Indeedee or Urshifu up front, and then kind of put some early damage down or go for a U-turn with Urshifu, and then set up Trick Room, bring in a slow Kyogre, and then do some like heal pulse stuff with Indeedee. It seemed okay. There was some like pretty bad matchups. Like Koraidon teams were just pretty heinous, to be honest, because even though Zacian has a pretty good matchup, like they can Terra Fire pretty easily, and you also have to be trying to control the Weather War as well. So in terms of actually dealing damage to the Koraidon, but not losing the Weather War can be a bit tricky. So when I saw this build with Instant Amoongus a bit more of a balanced style, something I'm a bit more comfortable with, and I'd also been looking for ways to use Amoongus in this format, which has generally felt a bit underwhelming. For the most part, with Ogre Ponds all being just as good, if not better than the previous regulation, and then even like Wellspring being useful, it's been hard to like create some positions with it. But I think this team does a pretty good job at it, especially since you need to obviously deal with Zarm. So
absolutely, yeah. Kyogre has been one of the things that I've always felt comfortable with. Zacian Kyogre being just one of the best calls for it that it's kind of ever seen. And you really showcased how those with the support of Amoongus could really put in work, even against some of the most used stuff and the kind of the as established best teams in the format.
Yeah, Zacian's just in a tricky spot because, being slower than Kali naturally, some formats, maybe Kali S isn't going max speed, but considering most of them always sash, like you're always going to lose that speed war. And then with it being partnered with Zama, which is now just the better of the two dog brothers, it's a bit tricky, I would say. When I'd been thinking about Kali S and my game plan for it, I wasn't used to Terra Waterza, which I've had. Most of the time I'm used to Terra Dragon, so you can create some pins with Play Rough and Water Spout, but wasn't able to do that, which definitely meant that I had to, make some gambits in the set, I would say, in terms of Terra Ghosting Ursh, which could potentially drop. I think it might be a roll to Dragon Pulse Heavy Slam. But yeah.
I think it would have dropped, yeah. So
yeah, I think it would.
My fault.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, we still have more sets to showcase. So, gentlemen, thank you for your time today, and thank you for showcasing two very strong archetypes in the Regulation I format.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me. GG's, guys.
Cheers, GG's.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Alrighty, and we are back. We have our third of 4 exhibition games. This one is going to be Oliver Ramsey against Jack Roth. So, should be a good game. We've got some exciting teams come up. We'll go over the players first and their achievements and then we'll go over their teams.
Yeah, so first off, we'll start with Oliver Ramsey. So Oliver is currently in his first year of Masters. He finished off his seniors run with a top 16 in Hawaii last year. Came into Masters, played at Perth Regionals, and crushed the tournament. He won his first regionals that he played in Masters. And he had a really, from memory, he had a really dominant tournament. He's done a lot of work with people internationally. I know he works with a lot of players from LATAM and from Europe, but he's been playing really consistently well, and it's been really cool to see him kind of flourish in his first year of Masters.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful showcasing, seeing that this is one of our players as a first-year master going to look to be around for a good period of time. Good to see that we've got some strong representation from a trainer as young as Oliver in the Masters division. So,
yeah. And rocking a very cool team as well.
Yeah, very, very cool looking team. We've got the Terapagos, very similar to what we saw Dimitri use earlier, but its restricted of choice is paired with the loaded dice Coridon.
Yeah, Coridon, one of the kind of the other big fighting type of the regulation I. People have been pairing a lot of things with Zamazenta. This is the other big pairing that we haven't really gotten to showcase today in that Coridon. Coridon obviously bringing with it that sun like Groudon, but no ground type here. We're going fighting and fire. That Terra Fire with that Flare Blitz, letting it hit so hard, so fast. But this one, not what we've normally been seeing. We've been seeing Clear Amulet on Coridon. We've been seeing Life Orb on Coridon. We've even been seeing the Ability Shield with those Wheezing teams throughout the end of Reg G. But this one is loaded dice with Scale Shot.
Yeah, so it's about a cheeky multi-hit move, hitting 4 to 5 times guaranteed with that loaded dice, giving it an option to boost its speed as well at the sacrifice of dropping its defense. Coridon, not known to be the most bulkiest of restricteds, but definitely one to be very fast and very offensive. So that is looking like the vision that Oliver has with this Coridon set here. With
Yes.
the Terra Fire, just turning that Flare Blitz into an absolutely devastating nuke.
Yeah, not a pairing we often see Terapagos with Coridon, as the Terapagos does turn off the sun if it terastallizes. But along with the Coridon, we get our usual suspects that we see with Sun. That Focus, Sash, Flutter Mane, so good with the booster speed. It can be booster special attack, but generally we see booster speed with that Icy Wind support to really help those Coridon hit first, hit hard against things like the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which outpace it just by that little bit. And then Raging Bolt. Again, another Terra Electric one. This one opting for Snarl instead of the Thunderbolt. Yeah, and then something we haven't seen today is that Cornerstone Ogerpon.
Yeah, Cornerstone Ogerpon with that sturdy, always basically an inbuilt Focus Sash in a sense. Just going to be able to help and give that support. Has got that rock type Ivy Cudgel, as we saw earlier from that Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh takes a lot of the moves from a lot of this team relatively well. It doesn't want to take a rock type Ivy Cudgel. That much is for certain. We do also see with the Raging Bolt, it's got Draco Meteor and Volt Switch. So it's just got a big dragon move that'll lower its special attack, but also the option to pivot as well, giving it a pivoting tool alongside Oliver's Incineroar with that parting shot as well, with that fake out support. The Stellar Terror from the Flutter Mane as well, allowing each of its moves just to be very nasty one-off. So just that Stellar boosted Moonblast, the Stellar boosted Shadow Ball. Yeah, that'll do some big damage, especially
hitting just that bit harder, which is going to be really important, especially for something that's as quick and frail as the Flutter Mane is. But for now, let's move on to our second player, Jack Roth.
Yeah, so Jack Roth here. He recently got the top 8 in Brisbane Regionals in 2025, top 64 in Melbourne in 2024, Global Challenge 1 and Global Challenge 3, top 64.
So after you, sorry.
Yeah, just submitting a strong profile in person tournaments and in the on the online scene as well.
Yeah, Jack being another one of the locals that I've get to play with. He's been running this Zamazenta Chimpao core for so long now. He's really, really good with it. He's perfected it. He knows how to play it. He's run a number of different teams with it. That top 8 at Brisbane Regionals, he was able to take me down in top 16 in a really close set. He played it so well. I'd say that matchup was probably in my favor, and he was able to overcome that. So, like, he's been really playing really well. He does so well at our locals. I think we were talking about one of his most notable VGC memories when we finally got locals and MSSs back to Sydney. He was the first player to win our first MSS back, and like, he's been great in the community. Like, it's always so much fun to go up against him. Super nice guy, and he's running a really cool Zamazenta team. So similar to what we saw with Yoav in that Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow, Incineroar, Raging Bolt, but rounding it out with a different two that we haven't gotten to see today.
Yeah, one of them being Shen Pao. I'm another big fan of Shen Pao. I used to heavily dislike Shen Pao just because I always played against it, but using it, it's such a strong Pokemon. The other one, which is much more interesting to the eyes of the viewer, is Teal Mask Ogerpon. No Mask of the Ogerpon. It's got the loaded dice, so it's got that with the Bullet Seed as its attack of choice as well, alongside Follow Me, Spiky Shield, and Encore as well.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of Encore today. We've seen it on Screamtail, we've seen it on Calyrex Shadow, now we're seeing it on Ogerpon. This is also our third variant of Ogerpon that we've gotten to see today. That Defiant running the same role of the Annihilate we saw back in our first set, helping out with those Intimidates and really boosting that damage. When Ogerpon terrors, that speed boost that it gets from its Embody aspect, allowing it to outpace and KO things like the Scarf Urshifu, which can give this sort of team a lot of problems if they get caught in the wrong spot. But the Loaded Dice Bullet Seed also, again, able to get around things like Sash Urshifu, and we've seen Loaded Dice on both teams now.
Yeah. What I'm pointing out here that I'm liking the look of, we haven't seen it a lot at all in Scarlet and Violet in general, is the phasing move on Incineroar. It has Roar on its moveset. So
yeah, Roar being so good against those Trick Room teams. We used to see it back pre-COVID, I think it's been that long. Pre-Dynamax, we saw it back in 2019 and prior to that as a good way of stopping things like Trick Room, as a way of stopping setup Pokemon, specifically things like Xerneas. That was, I think, when it was most heavily used. But yeah, we really don't see it now. We saw it recently once on the finals team for the European International Championships. We saw it on, I believe it was on the Farigiraf there, which was a really cool move to see, and I believe it came out in finals as well. But it's just so uncommonly seen nowadays, but it's really cool to see it again here.
Yeah, so it'd be good to see that, and we see as well the Raging Bolt, 3 electric move but no pivoting move with the Draco Meteor as well. It does have the Electro Web as a form of speed control on Jack's end as well. I believe it's its only form of speed control on the team. There's no Tailwind or Icy Wind or Trick Room or anything else of the sort like that, so that's there on that Raging Bolt.
Yeah. No real other speed control on that team, so really going to be heavily utilizing that Electro Web. But we're about to get the players to jump into a team preview so we can get this match started over here. It's going to be really, really interesting matchup between these two teams. They both run so differently, but both have so many options into the other. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, it'll be awesome to see what each trainer's game plan is going into game one, having a look at what they believe is the best way to either get a quick victory or look to gain information on how their opponent wants to play out and see what they're after as well. So
Yeah, and it's interesting to note some of the different Terra types to what we've seen today as well. We've seen many different Terra types. We've seen Bug on Incin, we've seen Terra Ghost on Calyrex Shadow, we've seen Terra Normal on Calyrex Shadow. In this matchup, on Jack's side, we've got Terra Water on Calyrex, we've got Terra Fairy on Incineroar. On Oliver's side, we've got Terra Grass on his Incineroar. There's so many different things, there's so many different aspects that people are using between the teams, and it's really cool to see just kind of these little intricacies that make each team work as well as they do, because there's so many variations that you come across when it comes to Regulation I.
yeah, a little bit of personality, a little bit of flavor there from each of these trainers and their Pokemon. Not only with those Terra types, not only with the move sets, but it's also with how they are trained. You're not going to expect to see the same Raging Bolt, for example, be trained the same way. They all have their own respective benchmarks that they want to hit, which, creates something that they're a bit more comfortable to. So we could probably see a difference in the way the Raging Bolts and the Incineroars are trained, as they're both on each trainer's team here.
Yeah, I think we've seen 4 Raging Bolts so far, and we've seen 4 different sets on them all. We've had multiple Terra Electric, but we've had different ones have Electroweb. This one will have Dragon Pulse. This one has Snarl. This one was Life Orb. X was Assault Vest. There's so many different variations that we've seen. These are some of my favorite sort of formats. I've always loved double restricted formats. I think it gives people something really cool to build around. I think it's easier for people who generally maybe aren't as powerful to build or skilled when it comes to building. Gives them something to focus their team around and really kind of assist in letting the rest of the team flow. And it's really cool. And there's so many options. I know I said it before, but having these little intricacies that between similar teams, these slight differences that help into X matchup or help against this Pokemon specifically, it's so cool to see.
Yeah, still very new and very fresh as well. We don't get the official tournaments out for this format till the start of next month. But this is a good way just to showcase some of the ideas that the online community has happening. And we're going to get straight into that game one now. We see the Raging Bolt and Incineroar led on... I believe it's... Oh, they both have that. Well, we know that the Fluttermane is on Oliver's end, so Oliver will have the Fluttermane and the Incineroar lead, and Jack is the one with the Incineroar and the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, so both players here leading their Incineroar, pretty even match into each one, but then we've got the Raging Bolt and the Fluttermane. Fluttermane threatening some really big Moonblast or really big damage onto the Raging Bolt whilst being immune to that Fake Out. But it is still fragile. If something like a knockoff or a Flare Blitz comes into that slot, it will be taking a lot of damage, and I think it's pretty pivotal to try to keep around against the Calyrex Shadow for a potential late game, as it is it is the main form of speed control in this matchup, and we do see that Fluttermane switching out.
Yeah, good switch initiative here from Oliver here, getting the Terrapagos in on the field now. So getting its Terra Shell up and activated there. We'll see are there any fake outs coming out here. No, we also see a Raging Bolt switch in. So maybe there's some of the mindset. In comes the Zamazenta. So Zamazenta's looking relatively nice in this position, I would say.
Yeah, so both players recognizing, I don't really want my Pokemon to be specific Pokemon to be taking big damage or to be in a situation where they could lose their items, lose their capabilities for late game, because they're both such good pivotal late games for each other in this matchup. That Zamazenta absolutely happily taking that knockoff. Knockoff obviously not getting rid of the Dauntless Shield. And the Incineroar on Jack's side, parting shot, hitting a parting shot into, I believe it was into the Terrapagos.
Yes, it was into the Terrapagos, which was formerly a Fluttermane. In comes Shen Pao. So the body presses are now going to hit even harder with that sword, with the Sword of Ruin buff.
Yeah, so Sword of Ruin dropping that defense stat for everything but the Qian Pao. Interesting to note with Zamazenta that doesn't drop the power of body press, but increases the damage to dealt to other things because of that defense drop on the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah.
Really kind of intricate things to know with this. It's good to know when you're running Qian Pao the way it works with all abilities and all Pokemon, and this is just one of those ones that's kind of a bit different to how most other things work.
Yeah, rather unique interaction between a specific move based off a defensive stat rather than an offensive stat. So we see the hard switch out from the Incineroar here, going into that Fluttermane, as the Terrapagos goes for Protect, just wants to gauge what wants to be done here from the opposing side. There's a crash. Fluttermane's going straight to its Sash. And
yeah, really good play from Jack there. So Oliver recognizing this is very likely to be a body press coming into my Incineroar here. I'm going to switch in the Ghost type. Jack covering for that switch, going for that Icicle Crash, and catching the Fluttermane on the switch in, bringing it down to Satch, which is a huge turn for Jack.
Yeah, Jack also did double that slot with the body press there because the Fluttermane is immune to the attack. So looking to cover both of those options there. It also covers the potential Koraidon that could be lurking in the back as well with that Icicle Crash. So, yeah, good board assessment on Jack's end to make that play.
Yeah, so this Terrapagos sitting in a bit of a rough spot at the moment. It's not really wanting to take a double up from these two Pokemon, but the Fluttermane is there. Well, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Qian Pao doesn't want to risk any speed ties, any interaction from that Fluttermane. Goes straight for the Sucker Punch, taking that 1 HP and knocking it out, while the Zamazenta breaking that shield on the Terrapagos. Doing a good amount of damage as the Terrapagos returning the favor, breaking and bringing down the Qian Pao to its Focus Sash.
So Shen Pao down to that Sash now. Still hanging out for another turn or two. Even still, we just saw that. That was a not very effective body press hit. That still felt like it did way too much. That's just the power of Zamazenta's defense paired with that Sword of Ruin ability.
Absolutely. For a resisted hit, there is a reason that Zamazenta is so well used. But Oliver does have the option of switching in here. He's got a couple of good options. We haven't seen the Koraidon come out yet, but now we get to. With the Koraidon comes the Sun. Koraidon really good offensively into both of these Pokemon. With that potential Terra Fire that it has access to, it can remove its weakness to the Ice type moves and deal huge damage to the Qian Pao and the Zamazenta. That Qian Pao, while the Zamazenta's body press isn't affected, the Zamazenta itself is, and the collision course or potential flare blitz that could come out onto that Zamazenta will be Qian Pao boosted.
Yeah, it's an interesting position for Oliver to be in right now because he's got to look at terrestrializing. The Koraidon terrestrialization looks like it might be the way to go, but it also means you don't get to terrestrialize the Terrapagos, so you don't get the terrestrialized form of Terrapagos in this matchup, which adds a lot more bulk and just a lot more offense to it as well. We do see the switch into Incineroar in favor of the Shen Pao, dropping Koraidon's attack a little bit, making it less as much of a wall breaker as it is. And I believe we're going to see Terra from the Zamazenta, and I do believe Oliver's locked in a Terra as well.
Yeah, so interesting speed interaction here. We don't often see this, but the Zamazenta on Jack's side is faster than the Koraidon, or potentially faster. We don't know how these are trained. They could be the same speed, which as an interaction means that this could have gone to either. But fast Zamazenta or potentially a very slow Koraidon is just a bit uncommon. Big body press coming into the Koraidon and a dodge on the scale shot for the Incineroar.
Yeah, it's a very rough miss there, knowing that Zamazenta is still just going to remain the fastest thing on the field right now. It sort of has its picking of which Pokemon does he want to body press, because we've seen Incineroar as the last for Oliver. Nothing wants to take a body press in this position anymore. So,
Yeah, Zamazenta really nicely positioned here. That scale shot, really unfortunate miss, as it would have, while it drops the defense of the Caradon, it would have boosted the speed, guaranteeing it to be faster than the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow that potentially lurks in the back as well.
yeah, and it'll be able to throw off those scale shots onto that Zamazenta as well, because it is a dragon type. It did burn its terrestrialization for that. So hitting multi-hits on that gives it just multiple more chances to potentially score a critical hit, and that'll deal some pretty devastating damage, offsetting that Intimidate drop on the Caradon alongside the defense boost from the Zamazenta. But it
Yeah,
looks
so
like
really nice protect here.
Yeah, it looks like Oliver's got that turn right. He's got the rock coming
Oh,
out here.
so really interesting play there from Jack, either calling the protect or maybe even just calling the Incineroar to come in. Doesn't want Oliver to get fake out pressure. That raw Caradon switches out. He's coming straight back in. Jack will not let that stay.
Yeah, so avoiding fake out pressure there, very good call from Jack's end. And he's pretty nice to just keep firing off potential body presses as well. We'll see if Oliver has the ability to adjust after that after the raw disruption play. Potentially,
Yeah, so
on the line.
getting rid of the fake out pressure is really big because it means that the pressure doesn't make Jack kind of take a turn to step back a little bit. He can just keep on the pressure that Zamazenta has onto everything. This Caradon's come back in with no attack drops. It's no longer intimidated, but it might just be going down to a body press.
Yeah, it's the body press damage on this poke on Zamazenta. It's just absolutely wild. It's so incredibly strong. Being able to almost 2-hit KO a lot of the metagame that isn't resisting its attacks. Pardon me.
So the Caradon protecting here, wanting to not go down to a body press, but the body press going into the Incineroar, but Incineroar managing to take that, not having a chi and power on the field, which likely would have let that pick up. This Incineroar must be trained to be able to take that hit. It's very physically defensive. Zamazenta taking that recoil, but it means that the Caradon is safe to go for a scale shot into that left slot while faking out the Zamazenta and trying to get that speed boost that it tried to get earlier, but unfortunately missed.
Yeah, I got that. Still, very rough miss there. Looking like it could potentially be a fake out. And what? So the Zamazenta does protect there. So that's protecting it from like the fake out scale shot. Do we see it come through?
But no fake out here.
And
another miss on the scale shot. Oh, that is absolutely devastating for Oliver. The parting shot comes out from Oliver. A really good call, knowing that his opponent likely wants to protect in front of a potential fake out scale shot into the Zamazenta. Doesn't go for the fake out, parting shots into the Incineroar, but misses another crucial scale shot to miss the speed boost.
Yeah, absolutely devastating there. The Caradon is now back at -1 attack with the parting shot there. Incineroar is getting out of that. And we're going to have a look to see what Jack wants to bring in here in exchange for that Incineroar. And it looks like it's going to be the Shen Pao on that single hit point.
Yeah, so that Shen Pao, a lot of them are running max, trained to be as fast as possible, max speed if they can. That focus sash allowing them to still hit hard and fast while taking at least one hit. This is a really tough position for Oliver now. He'd worked so hard to get himself into that really nice spot where he positioned the fake out, was able to get off a scale shot. But that miss, that accuracy on that scale shot, just letting him down in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, missing once was unfortunate. Missing twice is absolutely devastating. So he's got an absolute mountain to climb to crawl his way back into it. Who who knows what'll happen? He might not be completely down and out yet. Terrapagos will be able to protect and at least get its Terra Shell back in one piece to allow it to take another body press.
So Jack going for the crunch. The crunch goes into that protect. And the body press going into the Chiridon, and down goes the Chiridon. It unfortunately, I don't think was able to land a hit while it was on the field.
I don't believe so, yeah. I think it only was able to throw out protects and scale shots, which didn't end too much in favor for Oliver.
Yeah, so scale shot, unfortunately, one of those moves. It's multi-hit, which is great. It boosts your speed, which is also so good, and it's a nice stab dragon move. That accuracy, there has to be a drawback somewhere for a move like that, and unfortunately, the drawback really came into heavy effect here. Oliver played really well to kind of position himself around it, make sure that he got into a position where he could take advantage of that scale shot, but it just didn't get there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it wasn't able to get it this time. We do know, seeing this, that the Pokemon lurking in back was that Raging Bolt that we saw turn 1. We saw switched out, and he's just been sitting in the back, just waiting for an opportunity to come back in.
Yeah, so even with all that's happened, the Chin Power happy to let itself go down to a fake out here. There was still that Raging Bolt in the back, which would have liked the sun that Chiridon brought with it, but won't be coming in at a point where it can take advantage of it. Body press, once again, coming out and breaking that Terra Shell on the Terrapagos. As a Terra Starstorm comes out, doing good damage to the Zamazenta.
Yeah, nice little chunk there. Every little bit of damage onto that Zamazenta will definitely help and add up. We will look like we might see the Incineroar come back in. And no, it's the Raging Bolt. So the Raging Bolt looking like it can threaten Incineroar with something like Thunderclaps or just faster moves into it. The yaw time on Oliver's end is ticking into the last minute now. He's had to make some very tough and difficult calls, which does take time. So hopefully he does have his eye on that throughout the game, and it looks like he is going to concede it. He did very well to claw back as much as he did. 2 scale shot misses, very, very, very devastating.
Yeah, we saw it in the last set. Freeze, those secondary effects, those little bits of things that can happen during those games. Just they come into effect. They impact the game heavily. The freeze last set, this set, it was scale shot misses, unfortunately. The speed boost on Chiridon could very much sway the game there. It may not, it may, but it's something that gives Oliver a bit of a better position to be able to work his way back and around the game. But that Zamazenta was running rampant that game. There was never really a situation where Oliver was able to get a clean hit into it, and because of that, it just stuck around. It threw body presses into just about everything.
Yeah, Jack was able to get the Zamazenta just positioned well, be able to make plays to force like the key example would be catching that Flutter Mane switch in, covering that option with the body press and the Icicle Crash, basically making Flutter Mane completely, or just basically just came in, hit the sash, and then knocked out with the Sucker Punch. So yeah. Jack definitely played a lot of his turns very, very well in that game 1, which is what we do like to see. And we saw how Oliver was almost able to claw his way back into that game 1 with some very good protect calls onto those body presses. Scale shot just said not today. So hopefully that changes in this game too, with some potential adjustments that could be made from Oliver's end and potentially from Jack's end as well as we look to get into it. Yeah,
I'm very interested to see if and what any adjustments come out from Oliver there. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Raging Bolt perhaps make a showing. It does very good neutral damage whilst doing just good damage in general to most things on Jack's side of the board. and can also help threaten the Zamazenta once it's terrored.
Yep, so it looks like same leads here from Jack. Oliver has elected to lead the Raging Bolt, as you made note of the potential adaptation of adding Raging Bolt onto the lineup.
So both running Assault Vest Raging Bolt. So Oliver not able to protect his Raging Bolt in front of the potential fake out, but that Flutter Mane again in a really good spot against the opposing Raging Bolt. It was in this position last time and went for that defensive switch, keeping it safe for later, but unfortunately it wasn't safe on the switch in. It'll be interesting to see here, because that Moonblast is still threatening some really big damage, what they could go for here.
Yeah, so we'll look to see that. We're thinking the fake out on the Raging Bolt is something that we could definitely see come out there, just because there's no way to protect against it. And that's what's happened there. That is a big Moonblast onto that Raging Bolt there, dealing 50% through Assault Vest. And we see the Electro Web come out, so with a critical hit on the Flutter Mane. Jack looking to eye off potential speed advantage going into this game 2 here with that Electro Web play on that turn 1.
Yeah, so a good amount of chip dealt there, dropping the speed on both of these Pokemon. Flutter Mane still quite likely to be the fastest thing on the field, but the dropping the Raging Bolt, which means that Jax is now quite likely to be the faster Raging Bolt of the two, depending on how they are trained. The Moonblast dealing just over 50% to that Raging Bolt means that it is in range of another one if it does not switch or Terra. But the Incin is also kind of just sitting there. It hasn't taken any damage. It's gotten its fake out off. It's got the option to pivot. It can knock off. Like, it has these options to deal damage. But yeah, we see the Incin coming from Oliver's side now. Kind of just letting the Flutter's taken damage. The Flutter's dropped its speed. I want to keep it around. It can do work if it stays kind of active. So switching out and saving that for later, while we see a Terra Electric on Jack's Raging Bolt.
Yeah, we do see that to protect itself from that Moonblast.
Oh,
Draco Meteor so close to picking up just the sheer bulk on the Raging Bolt there. The knockoff, not going for the double in, looking to pick up damage onto that Flutter Mane, getting rid of the Incineroar Rocking Helmet, and we do see that Volt Switch coming out from the Raging Bolt.
With another critical hit.
Yeah, bit of foul play happening in this game too. But
so
we
that's
see the
huge live there.
And we see the Koraidon into the field now. Going to set up that Sun. Raging Bolt is going to get that Photosynthesis boost. A defense boost because of the Draco Meteor drops.
Yeah, really interesting how these Photosynthesis boosts work depending on the board position. But like that live 8 HP from that big Draco hit coming out, living to get off the critical hit Volt Switch in return, means that later on in the game there is going to be Thunderclap opportunities. There is going to be another Pokemon that has to be taken down, has to be gone through for Jack to try to fight through this game. So while he may have been expecting to get that KO there, because he did not opt to double into it to get that knockout, it might just throw a spanner in the works for Jack. But this Koraidon coming out free and clear, it's got huge damage potential, and the Raging Bolt is looking pretty low.
Yeah, Raging Bolt not looking the healthiest. The fake out coming out onto the Zamazenta. We've hit a scale shot, ladies and gentlemen. That's all.
So the scale shot comes out. We've got the loaded dice, so it's guaranteed to hit at least 4 times. It's going to be close. 4 hits, 5 hits, and it manages to take out the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, 5th crit. The 5th hit was also a crit. One of those crits that you sort of just wish it would be on another move because you knew that was picking up. But Koraidon
sure Oliver is happy just to be hitting this one and getting that really important speed boost on the Koraidon. It's there now. The Incineroar can come back in, get down and intimidate. But the big thing that Oliver was vying for all that last game is to get that all-important speed boost on the Koraidon. And now he's got it. He can outpace things like the Chi and Pow, the Zamazenta. If there is a Calyrex, which we didn't see last game, he can catch that as well.
Yeah, still could potentially be in the wings as well for Jack. We have fake out pressure on live on Jack's end, so just have Oliver just gotta make sure that he's got eyes on that. Zamazenta still looking pretty threatening. Like a body press into a -1 Caridon's gonna do a lot. Body press into Incineroar is also just going to do a lot, especially with a sort of ruin buff from the Shen Pao, which is hit the field now.
It sure will, but we do also know that Oliver's Incineroar in the sun does carry the Flare Blitz. If that, because that Terra Dragon is no longer accessible for the Zamazenta, even with the defense boost, Sun boosted Flare Blitz will be doing a good amount of damage, and with that defensive Terra, the Incin is living a lot more nicely than it did last time, but not opting for the Flare Blitz, going for instead the pivot attack, going for the parting shot, getting out of there, and with the Sun out, bring in one of 2 Protosynthesis Mons, and it looks like it's the Fluttermane.
Yeah, the Fluttermane is the call there. Fluttermane looking to potentially get a speed buff there. This could look to force Shen Pao into look at sucker punching the Fluttermane to see if it gets a knockout there in that regard. Fluttermane just probably Fluttermane is looking to offer a lot of damage pressure onto the Zamazenta. Moonblast still hitting neutrally, but it's a Fluttermane, so it'll still hit quite hard. The Caridon is eyeing off big hits as well, whether it's the Flare Blitz or the Collision Course. We will see, because there is no terrestrialization option that was used on the Raging Bolt.
So a lot of damage being threatened this turn from both sides, potential knockouts being threatened, but there's the Qian Power switching out. So no Sucker Punch going to be coming out here. Jack instead opting to get another Intimidate down on this Caridon, which is threatening such big damage onto all 3 of these Pokemon now. All 3 Pokemon left on Jack's side, much like Oliver's last game, don't particularly want to be taking fighting type moves, but between all the attack drops that have stacked up, that Zamazenta takes it so well, but the burn. Wow, that is going to massively drop the output of that Zamazenta. Even with the defense drops on the Caridon now, it is quite likely to be able to take a hit or 2.
I do also believe that the clock hit 0 when the Fluttermane hit Protect, so that Flare Blitz I do believe was a timeout, so Oliver absolutely blessed with a little bit of fortune after that game 1, getting that burn on the Zamazenta, which would just help mitigate that body press damage, because the burn's one of the few ways that you can weaken the power of that body press, just due to it coming off that defense stat.
Yeah, so this Fluttermane, again, in a position where it can and does hit a Moonblast. There was no option of fake out onto the Fluttermane. Jack opting not to go for it onto the Caridon either. And a Collision Course coming out this turn instead of that Flare Blitz. Collision Course does so much damage, and so much more damage when it's super effective. Body Press coming out, and with that burn, not even taking the Caridon to 50% health.
Yeah,
this Zamazenta, so sad with that burn.
Yeah, it's a -1 Caridon as well because of the Scale Shot defense debuff. It's just crazy just how clutch that burn was for Oliver going into this game too.
Yeah, like we've talked about it all day. These secondary effects have such big impacts. They're not necessarily guaranteed to happen, but when they do, they definitely put a big splash in things. Fluttermane, once again, not really wanting to get hit by this Qian Power Sucker Punch, switching out in favor of that Raging Bolt. The Raging Bolt, of course, only at 8 HP, still very low at the moment. And the Caridon protecting, so pretty safe, pretty defensive turn there from Oliver.
Yeah, so we see that there. Raging Bolt probably looking like it's happy to be sent out to take the KO to allow Incineroar to come back in and threaten Fake Out. Zamazenta basically on its last legs. Burn will look to take it out in the following coming turn. Just due to the burn damage that gets done between turns, it doesn't look like it's on the healthiest set of legs.
Incineroar.
Yeah.
Take it away. Take it away.
Incineroar in, just Intimidate, throwing off, offsetting that attack. Not enough to save Raging Bolt on 8 HP, though, unfortunately. So the Raging Bolt does go down, and I do believe this looks like it'll be a body press. Maybe Incineroar lives it?
Oh, so with the burn, even the Incineroar able to hold on after taking so much damage from that previous body press. And that last burn tick will take down the Zamazenta, leaving it as Xin Pao against three Pokemon, all having super effective pressure, and that it really does not want to be up against.
Yeah, one bit of fortune that Shen Pao does have. It still has its sash intact, but is that enough? There's Fake Out being pressured here, so the Shen Pao may look to go for a potential protect to look at keeping its sash intact while looking to throw out other moves. It is at -1 because of the Intimidate. Yeah, we do see the protect there, so
Shen Pao not wanting to take that Fake Out, not wanting to have that sash broken, although, let's be honest, if it didn't protect, it was probably going to get knocked out. So Jack playing to his outs here. The sash being intact is so important. Oliver choosing to stay in, go for that Fake Out, not making any chances, not perhaps trying to call the protect and try to get another Intimidate out, but just playing it safe and going for the plays that he needs to win.
Yeah, Oliver making a good play here, just going for the knockoff here.
The Ice Cool Crash coming out, KOing the Koraidon even through the -1.
Yep, so the knockoff here is good. You get rid of the sash. The Sun's still up for another turn, so even if the Flutter Mane does get taken down this turn to like a Sucker Punch, the Flare Blitz should pick up a win for Oliver in a 0-0 win due to the recoil that will come out. So
yeah, so Oliver playing that really well, not wanting to risk anything like a Sucker Punch, potentially KOing the Flutter Mane or a critical hit or any of that unfortunate stuff. He goes for the knockoff, knows it's not going to do enough damage, but breaking the focus sash is that all-important thing that he had to do last turn. Sucker Punch does come out. It does KO the Flutter Mane, bringing us to a 1v1. And here's the Flare Blitz going into that Xian Pao.
Yeah, the Sun
more than enough to take it out.
Definitely enough to pick it up. The Shen Pao goes down. The recoil does pick up the Incineroar as well. But due to Incineroar being the last Pokemon fainted on the field, that still grants Oliver the win. It's a 0-0 win. Not something super common that you see, so there you go. We will be heading into a game 3.
We sure will. So we saw the adjustment there of the Raging Bolt come out on Oliver's side. It came so close to going down very early from that Draco Meteor from the opposing Raging Bolt. But the damage stacking up from Oliver's side, Oliver got the Volt Switch off. Oliver got the Moonblast off, bringing everything low. The Incineroar took so much damage early. The Raging Bolt took so much damage early. He was doing really well at kind of just getting that damage out, keeping up the pressure, where he didn't really have a position game 1 to keep up offensive pressure. And it was good to see that happen there. The burn onto the Zamazenta pretty much shut down all of its offensive output.
Yeah, absolutely there. So we'll see if... Yeah, it'll be interesting to see adjustments going into the game 3. Jack basically still rocking that same 4 from game 1. Still feel like without that burn, definitely still feels very strong into what Oliver's game plans that he has been using. But for Oliver, we'll see if there's an adjustment made or if there's like a lead order change that looks to get made as well.
It's also very interesting to note, we have not seen the Calyrex Shadow come out once from Jack yet. And the Terapagos was then left behind that last game too as well. So we've seen a lot today of how these dual restricted formats still heavily have games, matchups, where you only want to bring one of your restricted Pokemon in favor for some better support from the rest of your team.
Yeah, we are seeing that, which is good to bring to light because a lot of people for a lot of people, it's their first double restricted format thinking, we'll have to bring our double restricteds to every game. This is a good way of showing not always the case. As we see the Zamazenta and Incineroar lead coming out from Jack and the Fluttermane and Incineroar from Oliver here.
Yeah, back to our game 1 leads with a bit of a reverse order. We don't have the Incineroars in front of each other this time. But yeah, so there's that Intimidate down on both Pokemon. The Zamazenta, Heavy Slams won't be hitting as hard. Body Press, as hard as ever. The Fluttermane is still able to threaten some Moonblast, able to threaten some Icy Winds, perhaps get some speed control on the other end so that Koraidon doesn't necessarily have to start going for those scale shots. But again, the Flutter is very threatened here.
Yeah, Flutter's threatened by Heavy Slam. I believe the other one, it's just knock off, but that'll still deal quite a sizable chunk. Getting rid of the Focus Sash.
We saw how important last game getting rid of Focus Sash on either team was. The Chien-Pao and the Fluttermane really need that Sash to allow them to do what they want to do. We've seen there's a Protect coming out from Jack's Zamazenta. The Fake Out going into that, so a very good call there from Jack. Fluttermane going for the Moonblast like last game, trying to get some early damage onto this Incineroar. And it's just a parting shot coming out onto Fluttermane. So Fluttermane keeping its Focus Sash intact, but not going to be able to hit quite as hard next turn as the Incineroar pivots out.
Yeah, so Zamazenta just wanting to just remain as healthy as possible, just not be threatened by any sort of attacks. And in comes what looks to be Zamazenta's best mate in Chien-Pao, coming in to weaken the defenses again of these two, of Oliver's duo of Incineroar and Fluttermane on the field there. Chien-Pao in without an Intimidate, so it's going to be threatening just big damage naturally.
Yeah, Chien-Pao really, really putting in work throughout this whole matchup. Not necessarily by clicking any moves itself, but just by existing. That defense drop, so good for the Zamazenta. But these Sucker Punches have really been coming in handy. Icicle Crashes have been taking KOs, dropping things to Sass. Sucker Punch have been cleaning things up at the end. Chien-Pao really showing why it shines, but next to the Zamazenta.
Yeah, we see a crash on Incineroar. This could be another case of the crash and body press double up here. Chien-Pao that Icy Wind is not the greatest. It gets to keep its Sash, which is good for Jack. Not good for Oliver. And the Incineroar, yeah, just with that double in, taking down the Incineroar there.
Yeah, Jack going for that safe double up of, look, you can switch, you can terror defensively. I will be taking out either this Incineroar or whatever comes in for it. Oliver, from the look of it, happy to sacrifice Incineroar in return for the double speed drop on these two Pokemon. But Chien-Pao dodging, the nimble, the quick, it gets around it, dodges the Icy Wind, and keeps his Focus Sash intact. We were saying earlier how crucial it is to have those intact and usable, and this Chien-Pao isn't going to go down easily.
Yeah, Chien-Pao might stick around for a bit. Does the option to throw out Protects for an extra extended stay on the field. The Sash does force the double in or some absolutely insane level scale shot to come out into it. But I don't know. I don't believe that looks like it's going to be Oliver's plan.
Yeah, Oliver still has a bit of speed control here. Good control with the Fluttermane's Icy Wind. It can also go for damage. That -1 from the parting shot, probably not enough to stop it from bringing the Chien-Pao down to Sash. There's the Chair of Fire from this Koraidon. Fluttermane, rather than going for any attacks, opting to protect itself this turn. And so's the Zamazenta.
Yeah, Zamazenta got the exact same idea as the Fluttermane there. The Sucker Punch looking to fail, that went in onto the Fluttermane. The collision course, both swinging into protects. So good Terror Scout left a Sun turn burnt as well on Oliver's end. But we no protect on the Zamazenta. The Zamazenta's slowest thing on the field with the Icy Wind drop. So do we see a switch? If the Zamazenta is switched, it does lose its defense boost from Dauntless Shield. But
Instead, we see the switch from the Qian Pao.
Yeah, we see the switch from the Shen going to Incineroar, looking to just help offset the Koraidon damage. We could see a terrestrialization from the Zamazenta as well. That was an option that wasn't said. But we see it now, and that's going to be the Dragon terrestrialization. So we'll take the Flare Blitzes and the Collision Courses better, but it won't take the Moonblast better. And that's exactly what Oliver throws out there. But takes it well enough due to the parting shot on the first turn of the game. And yeah, with that Collision Course...
Oh, and a big live there.
There's a body
and an even bigger crit. Lots of damage being thrown around this turn. Both Zamazenta and Koraidon brought to within a sliver of their HP. The Flutter still sitting there with its sash intact. Can get around the fake out of this Incineroar. So the Zamazenta most definitely in range of just about anything that the Fluttermane throws at it, but this Koraidon really not sitting happy at the moment.
Yeah, not sitting the prettiest. Looking to stay in and just throwing up a protect just to sort of drink up a focus, a fake out, and look to potentially bait out a move like from the Zamazenta. But we see the Moonblast going into Incineroar. And just the parting shot on the Fluttermane again. So that Fluttermane's now at -2 on both offenses. The attack, not so worried about, but the -2 special attack, it's going to help. It's going to offset that Fluttermane damage output quite a lot.
Yeah, so the Incin pivoting out here, getting that drop on the Flutter. It doesn't really matter so much for the Zamazenta. I believe it's still in range of a Moonblast regardless, with that being super effective. But it definitely helps with this Raging Bolt coming out. No longer will that Moonblast be doing about half. More likely, it will be courted by those Moonblasts. Even though it is super effective, that Assault Vest and those drops putting in massive work.
Yeah,
this Zamazenta very vulnerable.
Yeah, Zami quite vulnerable. Koraidon also quite vulnerable now to that Raging Bolt. It can look to threaten a Thunderclap. Because of its terrestrialization, it doesn't resist it anymore. With the Protosynthesis boost to its special attack as well, definitely looks like something that Jack can do to just threaten the Koraidon off the field. So we see the Raging Bolt come in its exchange. We see the Icy Wind, so no Thunderclap there. The Zamazenta!
The Zamazenta! A huge lift from the Zamazenta there, dropping the speed on both of these Pokemon. Zamazenta able to get that heavy slam into the Fluttermane. Jax, from memory, yes, Jax having Electro Web, the Electro Web coming down, evening out the speed drop from that Icy Wind, and taking out the Flutter on its 1 HP.
Yeah, so now we look like we're left in a position here where we've got weakened Koraidon, afraid of the Electro Web, and the Zami also threatened by the Thunderclap. Sorry.
Both of these trainers really bringing out their all here. That Zamazenta holding on for dear life, doing what it needs to do. That heavy slam, so important to hit into that Fluttermane. And Raging Bolt backing up with an Electro Web. We haven't been able to see the speed interaction without any drops between these two Raging Bolts. So it's going to be very interesting to see which of these is able to move first, as it may be what turns the tide of this game.
Yeah, it definitely does look like that'll be the case here. We don't see a Protect come out here from anything. We see one Thunderclap taking out the Zamazenta.
There's the first Thunderclap. Now we have to see, did that move first? Or did Jack not choose to go for the Thunderclap? But there is the Thunderclap from Jack as well, taking down the Koraidon and bringing this down to a 3v1.
The 3v1 being not the greatest on Oliver's end because it's facing a Raging Bolt of its own, but it's still going up against that sashed Shen Pao due to that Icy Wind miss.
And the
That'll
Incineroar with access to the fake out still. So here is the Qian Pao. That sash intact, that big damage threatened from Ice Drill Crash. Or if you just want to go for the guaranteed hits, there is that crunch as well.
Yeah, so the Raging Bolt's being switched out here, looking like it's going to go into the Incineroar. I do believe with the sash intact, there is a fair enough reason to look at going for... oh, there's a Protect there. This switch could also cover a Draco Meteor that gets thrown into the Raging Bolt, which it does. So that'll be a weakened Raging Bolt now. And the Raging Bolt on Jack's end also doesn't have the speed drop anymore, so it will be faster than it. So now it looks like Jack can threaten some big moves into the Raging Bolt on Oliver's end.
Yeah, with that Draco Meteor going into the Incineroar as well, it also means that with the Assault Vest on Jax, it would be likely taking a Draco Meteor much more comfortably, but it doesn't get to that. Qian Pao and Raging Bolt connecting their moves to finish this game out for Jack and bring the set to a 2-1 win.
Yeah, Jack looked like didn't really make any adjustments in terms of Pokemon, but made adjustments on lead. They served him well. Just the sheer bulk on that Zamazenta, taking that initial Moonblast with the Terrestrialization, and also taking on the -2 Icy Wind, still just living on it. It's in red, it's super effective, but it's just still red. Yeah,
it sure is. God, the Zamazenta took what, 3-4 moves and still didn't go down. Like the Jack's team really showcased. We didn't see any recovery on it like we've seen in earlier matches, but the sheer bulk coming out from that Raging Bolt, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we can get in the format that's not a restricted Pokemon. Zamazenta, the literal shield, absolute tank of a mon that it is. And then Incineroar, the pivot, the helmet. And then Qian Pao, just that Focus Sash. I think this set really showcased how well Focus Sash, how important it is. It's so good, it's so pivotal, and it really turns matchups.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal item on those fast, frail attackers, just to give them a second lease on life, what it feels like. What I reckon we'll do, we'll look to cut away for about for a couple of minutes or so, come back and we'll have a discussion with our two trainers that we've just showcased on stream. Alrighty, we're back, everyone. We are here with Oliver and Jack. Saw an absolutely phenomenal set between these two. Let us know your thoughts on the set. How do you feel?
Yeah, I don't know. It was pretty back and forth. I mean, we saw a lot of variance, I guess. Even in game 1, there was the 2 scale shot misses, and then game 3, the burn on Zama, and then game 2, the burn on Zama, and then game 3, it was pretty variance free. But it obviously, I think, changed things a bit here and there. I don't know how Oliver feels about that.
Yeah, I mean, the burn on the Zama Center was quite funny because I was thinking through your thought process, but like the OBS made the stream so like my moves wouldn't be as quick as I would usually do. So I'm like, oh no, what do? I have to protect Flutterman because I knew you'd heavy slam that slot. And then I'm like, oh, now I'm clicking Furblitz instead of collision course because it does less damage and also be like, oh, that's a bit bad. But then it burns, so I'm like,
yeah.
Sure. Yeah, there was quite a bit of variance there. The 1 HP, I don't know, it was like 3 HP on the Zama. That was a very close. Yeah, I think it was like -2, but you went red, and I was like, it probably kills. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think I missed, like, I thought that turn before, I thought I parting shotted into the Koraidon, and so when I saw the protect come out on that turn, I was like, oh, I'm screwed. But then I got the parting shot on the flutter, and I think that
I thought you parted on the Koraidon also, so that's why I protected.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah.
Then like that next drop at -2 definitely mattered, I think, because otherwise that ice wind definitely would have picked up, and it would have been a lot harder for me to come back from that, I think.
Moonblast might be a better play for me.
Yeah. The Fluttermane in general is just like, especially when I have Koraidon or Zama and Calyrex Shadow Rider presents like a pretty big problem, I think, because it's obviously Sash, and that means I have to invest a minimum of 2 attacks into it, and you can, body press doesn't do anything into it, and you OHKO my CSR. So I just felt like, especially with the Snarl, AV, Bolt, like that I had to leave it both games. Otherwise, you would have just run it over, I think.
Yeah, each game I was like praying you'd bring Calyrex Shadow. So I'm like, I'm going to force the Terror and bring Bolt, and then you're cooked. But I think you played really well. Realizing that you shouldn't have brought CSR on that matchup was very good, because you Terra Water, and usually you think that's good into Koraidon, but I do have a lot of ways to pressure a Terra, and if you Terra Water your CSR, you can't Terra your Zama. So and I also didn't bring Rapagos.
The Zama Terra was very good in that matchup as well, especially with the Incin support, because I mean, I think it's kind of funny, we're both running loaded dice sets on different Pokemon, but without the Clear Amulet, Zama and Incin make Koraidon it's a lot harder to deal with Zamazenta than I think.
Yeah. Well, I was getting a bit of, sorry, Henry, before you talk, I was getting a bit of PTSD from like Perth, because I missed 2 scale shots in top 8 then. But then I also realized like I won that set, so I'm like, oh, maybe we can get the comeback here. I thought I was about to pull it back, but no, you got me in the end. So yeah, good job, game 1.
I think the second scale shot in game 1, I actually wanted you to hit my Incin, because the defense drop meant that if I
probably press to do a lot.
I could have brung in Chin Power and then had the sucker punch pressure, I think. But it was bulky, so I don't know.
It was so bulky. I was like running max HP, like 100 defense, which is crazy.
I noticed as soon as the first body press, I'm like, what is this build? Because it was just like an absolute tank.
Yeah, you must have a lot of defense on your Zama, because like I thought it would like not to KO my Koraidon, but it ended up doing so anyway. Yeah.
We've seen you a lot in the past, Jack, use Zamazenta Chin Power. Like, I'm pretty sure you've been on that all of Reg G or most of Reg G.
Yeah, this is like the first format, I think, where I've consistently just gone, because it is so circular, I'm just going to stick with one archetype, and that's going to be my main frame of reference throughout the whole format. And so obviously I got top 8 of Brisbane, and I think partially that was because I just played with this team for the entirety of the format, and I knew the damage rolls and like how the team worked and the matchups a lot better than I usually would have. And so that's kind of helpful to bring into Reg I. But obviously everyone has the same idea using CSR Zama. It's pretty popular at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking to be one of the most common cores that we've seen so far. Oliver, with your core of Koraidon Terrapagos. Terrapagos, when it terrors, getting rid of the sun and kind of wanting the terror a lot when it's around. When building the team, how did that come into factor for you?
Well, my Japanese friend, I was talking with him, and he's like, oh, all my mates are using Koraidon Terrapagos. I'm like, why would you do that? It's just, they don't have anti-synergy. That doesn't make any sense. But he's like, no, because when you turn off rain from like opposing taunts and stuff, it's actually really valuable. And you also have like really good switching synergy because Koraidon usually doesn't want to take like, I don't know, for example, like a play rough from a Zacian or something, right? When you switch in Incineroar like Terrapagos into that, you get another mode. So you can kind of go from really offensive modes to really defensive modes. And it's a core that can work. Like you saw, I didn't bring Terrapagos in that matchup. And it's a core that works in a way that you don't have to bring up like one or the other restricted, because you have like mons that get boosted by sun, like Fluttermane or Raging Bolt. And when you go just solo Terrapagos, I mean, Terrapagos, when it's just solo, you can get all the Karman boosts just by itself, and then it can sweep the board. Yeah, the team's pretty good. It's pretty good matchups, I'd say. That one I thought was going to be a pretty good matchup in my end, but I guess the Raging Bolt threw it off completely. So yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, no, it is a very unique pairing that obviously you made it, like you guys made it work. You did really well pulling it back after that game 1, bringing it to that game 3 and bringing it to such a close set as well. And that was without the Terrapagos as well. Like you said, that was using one mode of the team, of which in different matchups you're going this, you're going that. It gives you those options, which is really good. Is there anything else like kind of about the games that you guys want to comment on at all?
I don't know. I think we've said almost everything that needs to be said.
Yeah, I think it was so many clutch survivors though.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely, yeah.
Like all my mons were leaving everything, and I was just so surprised.
Yeah, I hope it was as fun to watch as it was to like play, because it was a great set.
It was amazing to watch. It was really, like I said, really well played from both of you. Two really cool teams showcased, and both of you played that so well. But yeah, like the lives, like game 2, we see the Raging Bolt live on 8 HP. Game 3, the Zamazenta goes down to almost nothing. The Koraidon goes down to almost nothing. Then the Zamazenta lives on literally nothing. Like it was so back and forth, and it was so cool to see. So thank you guys very much for such a great match. Like it was really good, really fun. And yeah, we're probably going to go to a short break for now, and then we'll come back with our 4th and final set of the day between Kieran and Lewis.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for the match. See ya.
Alrighty, we're back. Last game of the exhibition, we have got Lewis Tan versus Kieran Singh. So
Yeah, so
two fairly high-profile players. So this should be a good match to finish off the exhibition on.
yeah, two players that have been doing very well in the past 2 seasons. Both, I think, placing in top 8 of Oceania for the last year and currently, I believe, are up there this year as well. Kieran most recently winning Melbourne last year. Both coming off of good performances at Brisbane. Lewis made day 2. Kieran, I believe, made top 8. And yeah, these two, Kieran's been around the last few years. Lewis has been around for quite some time, playing back 2019, 2018 and earlier as a senior. One of Lewis's specifically most notable moments, as we can see here, is World Championships finalist in 2019, back in seniors division, where he had a fun old time against sturdy on-court eject button Toganamari when he was running Perish Trap, which unfortunately ended his run in finals. He came so close, but recently, since coming up to Masters, he's been doing really well. His first Masters regional, he made top 4. He top cut Brisbane regionals last year as well. As I said, made day 2 this year at Brisbane regionals. Has been doing really well, playing really strongly. Top 16 at Perth this year. And yeah, he's very much likes the balanced stuff, balanced teams, very consistent teams, and he's really well versed with them. And we're seeing another Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, showcasing why that duo is very strong. Just open out the gates. You've got your Ghost and your Fighting coverage that work well together. Wide guard support. Just big damage threats between the two of them. We've got another Incineroar, and I do believe that's Incineroar 7 out of 8 being showcased today. And we have the last member of the Ogerpon family appearing as well, with Wellspring Ogerpon in the corner there. Alongside Rillaboom, and a Pokemon I feel like is on the rise in Grimstyle. Just that dual screener Thunderwave prankster supporter.
Yeah, so I'm surprised we haven't seen Grimmsnarl already, but here it is to make its first showing. Grimmsnarl really good at not so much patching bad matchups, but making them much more playable. Any damage reduction that you can get on your team is really good because it means that you're sticking around longer and you've got more options and more turns to come up with the answers for things. The Incineroar, though, I really want to talk about because this one is actually Choppleberry Helping Hand Terra Ghost, which is another new set on a Pokemon that we've seen a lot today. Choppleberry obviously helping a lot with the fighting type moves from Zamazenta or Koraidon without having to burn your Terra, but still having that option there because Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow being there means that your berry will not activate, so it still gives you these options.
Yeah, absolutely right there. Everything else looking just fairly good. Will be interesting to see how the Ogerpon plays out. Ogerpon seems fantastic into some matchups. We'll see if it plays well into Kieran's team.
Yeah, so moving on to Kieran. Kieran, as we were saying before we saw his team, Melbourne Regional Champion last year, top 8 Brisbane Regionals this year, top 8 Perth Regionals last year, and top 8 Brisbane Regionals last year as well. He's been on a massive tear in the last few years, picking up regional cuts left and right and just playing so well. Another fan of balance, but most notably a huge fan of Terrapagos, and he's stuck to his guns and he's still using it here alongside that Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, sticking to the gun there, we're seeing a lot of the Terra Starstorm Earth Power Calm Mind being showcased with that Leftovers paired with that Rillaboom. We've got 2 attacks encore on Shadow Rider, so that fast encore pressure being provided as there as well. We're 8 for 8 on Incineroars. Take note. The Scarf Urshifu and the Half Flame Ogerpon as well. This one also with our Hornleech for that sustainability rather than that Grassy Glide that we mentioned earlier in the day when these are normally paired with Rillaboom.
Yeah, and another Encore as well. So this Calyrex Shadow not opting for Encore Disable, just the Encore, still rocking that Psychic as a bit of a coverage move. Very similar to what we saw Dimitri run in round 1. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of Ogerpon. We've seen all 4 variants now. We've seen it on so many teams. But yeah, there's been so many variants of teams today. It's been so cool. And Kieran running his good old balance to Rapagos that now has the added power and support of Calyrex Shadow. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, it'll be good to see. I'm excited to see these 2 lock horns for this exhibition match. I think we should be ready to have a look at potentially getting into those games now.
Yep, we'll get the players to jump into their team preview now.
Alrighty, so we should be in now. So eyeing off the options here for both of these two. So it was a good amount of damage placed onto the Rillaboom immediately. The Incineroar flinching, so there could be some big damage thrown out here. So the Calyrex has gone for the Protect. We see a Heavy Slam go into that Calyrex, protecting there, so good play from Kieran's end. We see a U-turn coming out from the Rillaboom, just hitting that Incineroar. Not one of the Rocky Helmet variants that we've seen a few of, so it's not going to take any Rocky Helmet chip. We'll see what Kieran looks to go in for to see what Incineroar might potentially be going for. And it looks to be the Urshifu.
Yeah, Kieran making sure that that Sash stays safe on the Calyrex. Lewis actually going for the double up there, trying to KO the Calyrex. So Urshifu getting in for free here. That Incineroar now heavily threatened by the Urshifu. There's no Rocky Helmet, so no risk of recoil. If a Surging Strikes were to go into that slot, and to Terra Ghost would mean to leave yourself vulnerable to the Cali Shadow unless you wide guard. But there are a lot of options here for Kieran. Getting in that Urshifu for free gives him really good positioning to either get off some damage or reposition with something like a U-turn as well.
Yeah, so good call out there from Kieran there. Calling that double in on the Calyrex. Urshifu just exerting just a lot of pressure now. So we'll see how Lewis wants to respond to this. And it looks like the response is get the Incineroar out and get the Rillaboom in to have a look at taking the Surging Strikes if that does go for. And it looks like Kieran is going to throw out a Terrestrialization out here into the Calyrex. So it's just going to be a Terra Ghost, just going to hit as hard as possible with those Astral Barrages.
So the speed here is, we don't see a wide guard coming out from this Zamazenta. Close combat, dealing good damage. Bringing the Zamazenta down to about 10%, and the Astral Barrage, Terra Ghost Astral Barrage. Huge damage here. Managing to KO the Zamazenta and doing about 45% to the Rillaboom.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing... Is this our first Grim Nay boost that we've seen today?
I think this is the first KO that Calyrex has taken today, yes.
Alrighty, so now we're going to see how Lewis wants to respond to this one. The response looks like we're going into the Calyrex of their own. Basically meaning, Urshifu, you can either close combat my Rillaboom, or you can look to switch out. Rillaboom does threaten the Grassy Glide priority as well. That could either look at picking up that Urshifu at -1, or looking to break the sash on Kieran's Calyrex as well.
Yeah, so this is also an interesting Calyrex v Calyrex, because while the Calyrex on Lewis's side doesn't have Focus Sash, the Calyrex on Kieran's does, and has a boost as well. Depending on how speed interactions here, if one is faster than the other, Kieran's has the potential to live a hit, while Lewis's would just drop to an Astral Barrage if it didn't get to... if it doesn't Terra Fairy. But even with that Terra Fairy, with those boosts on that Calyrex Shadow, it might not be enough to live the hit.
Yeah, the boost from Grim Nay and the Terra Ghost as well. But we're seeing a switch and protect here from Kieran, playing a bit of... what's the game plan here? So there's a fake out, and that's a nasty plot from Lewis. That's a good nasty plot there.
That's a huge call from Lewis. Very high risk, very high reward, though. If that was an Astral Barrage coming out from the Calyrex, which Rillaboom could not stop with a fake out, that would have been disastrous for Lewis there. But calling the protect correctly gets the nasty plot off, and the fake out goes into the Rillaboom that switches in. So now the roles are reversed. Kieran now has access to fake out, while Lewis does not.
Yeah, it'll be the same as well, where if Calyrex does look to terrestrialize and go on the attack, and Kieran makes a big call and just throwing a fake out into that Calyrex, could lead to a bit of a nasty spot for Lewis. But we'll see what gets made here. Looks like the Rillaboom is going to be switching out, so we're going to be getting Incineroar back in. So there'll be a fake out live next turn as well following this one, but it'll be the Incineroar fake out that we'll get.
Sure will. So it's interesting to see here because the Rillaboom switched out. There's no chance of a potential Grassy Glide to break this Focus Sash on Kieran's Calyrex to allow an Astral Barrage to clean that up. We've got the potential for the Astral Barrage support from Kieran's side, but the Calyrex goes down.
Yeah, Calyrex goes down. It looks like it was taken up by that Astral Barrage, that we can see another Grimnay boost coming out of there from that one. Incineroar barely hanging on there as well.
Terra Ghost plus that special attack boost really putting in work even against the resist.
Yeah, it does get quite nasty here. Calyrex still at full HP as well, so maybe a potential speed tie. Maybe Kieran's being Focus Sash is trained a bit faster than Lewis's, allowing it to get the jump on it with the Astral Barrage.
Yeah, the way that these two are trained, when it comes down to Calyrex v Calyrex, it's always very intricate. There's generally going to be a KO if something connects with the opposed. Like, if a Calyrex connects with a Calyrex, 9 times out of 10, you're getting a KO. Focus Sash helps offset that by giving you at least one turn of guaranteed. Well, not necessarily one turn, but one hit that you're guaranteed to live, which is why next to something like the Rillaboom offering those big priority Grassy Glides, it gives you a lot more options, but Kieran was able to position his fake out in a way that forced Lewis's Rillaboom off the field and meant there wasn't any chance to break that sash.
Yeah, well executed by Kieran there. We'll see the adaptions that are made from both Kieran and Lewis here into the game too.
Yes, so we didn't get to see any Terrapagos there, did we?
Yeah, no Terrapagos action happening there. The 4 that were brought were the two fake outers. Actually, what's the Terrapagos off? Because there was the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, the Calyrex.
It could have been forced, but we never saw it hit the field. I believe. Did we?
I don't remember. Wow.
I don't believe we saw the Terrapagos. I don't believe we saw the 4th Pokemon come out from. No, we did. We saw the Urshifu came out. It was the Urshifu in 4th. The Terrapagos did not come to the match.
Yes, it was. Yes.
No, it'll be interesting to see how Lewis adapts. The amount of damage that was coming out from Kieran's end just then was absolutely astronomical. Getting KOs on the Calyrex, getting huge damage onto the Incineroar. It'd be interesting to see if something like the Grimmsnarl comes out this game to kind of mitigate that a bit, get the screens up, light screen. It's going to be much more effective than the Reflect, considering the Urshifu will just bust straight through that. But light screen is going to help mitigate the opposing Calyrex so much, because with that Terra Ghost, it puts in so much damage, and then as soon as it takes a KO, it scales up and up and up, and that's very difficult to deal with.
The Grimmsnarl's also got the option to give it a bit more favorable speed control in that Thunder Wave. It's also got more special attack deterrent in Spirit Break as well. Cheeky fairy move that has a guaranteed drop on the special attack. And we do see Grimmsnarl hit the field, hit it on the lead here, alongside the Incineroar, which looks like is an adaptation from Lewis from Game 1.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl
looking to lead the same in the Calyrex and the Rillaboom.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl Incin being one of the old tried and true methods of, I'm going to lead this and you're going to deal next to no damage to me. Very common lead from back in 2022. It was good to shut down the quick burst damage that Dynamax provided, and it does the same thing here. leading Double Dark into Calyrex Shadow as well as a Fire type into a Rillaboom is really nice for Lewis here to kind of be able to take a turn, set up some maybe screens, get a parting shot off, or even just a knock off into something.
Yeah, so we see just a quick U-turn coming out of here. So seeing that, Kieran knows that a Spirit Break is coming out from the Grimmsnarl guaranteed, because every other move would be priority boosted with its Grimmsnarl's Prankster ability. Got to see if both slots were targeted into that Calyrex again, or if Lewis has doubled down on the Incineroar slot.
So there's that Urshifu coming back in again, just like it did last time for the Rillaboom, and Spirit Break will be coming out here. Knockoff goes into the Calyrex. Spirit Break into the Urshifu, so getting some good damage on it. Over 50% on the switch in.
Yeah, nice chunk of damage there onto the Urshifu there. So Grimmsnarl now looking to see, it's got free reign to look to see if it wants to run through with a bit of speed control or some damage mitigation with the light screen. With the light clear as well, given that 8 turns of screens will be very valuable into this. The reflect not so much, just due to the nature of searching strikes always guaranteeing a critical hit, which would offset the benefits of reflect.
Yeah, this Urshifu, while it did take a lot of damage on the switch in, it's in a prime position to start dishing out some damage in return. The Calyrex Shadow, happy to go for things like Astral Barrage, but actually switching out here, saving itself from a potential Thunderwave or a potential knockoff, and bringing the Rillaboom back to the field. Unintimidated now, as the Urshifu's actually going to go for the Terra.
Yeah, Urshifu going for the Terra here. That is the Terra Water. So just looking to deal big damage with those Surging Strikes. The switch out here, the T-Wave actually goes into the Urshifu. Not the Calyrex. The Calyrex might be looking to just be protecting itself from a potential knockoff from the Incineroar.
Surging Strike's still managing to come out. Not going into the Incineroar, however, going into the Grimmsnarl. That Terra trying to snipe it off the field. It's going to be close. 10 HP. Not quite enough to take out the Grimmsnarl, but good damage regardless, as knockoff goes into the Rillaboom switch in. Getting rid of that Assault Vest, potentially helping for later when the Rillaboom is up against a possible Calyrex Shadow itself.
Yeah, so Grimmsnarl here is in a point where he'll either need to switch or look to go down, just due to the nature of Grassy Glide that can come out. Looks like it is in range of picking up that Grimmsnarl. And from the looks of things, Grimmsnarl was slower than the Rillaboom on turn 1 when the U-turn and Spirit Break came out. So it looks like it's a switch there into the Zamazenta. Zamazenta getting that defense boost from Dauntless Shield. And we're seeing a Terrestrialization come out here from, well, into the Incineroar. Incineroar is now a Ghost-type Pokemon, helping it to take those Surging Strikes better, not being weak to it.
Also allowing it to dodge the potential Fake Out as well, but it doesn't look like a Fake Out is coming out. But the Urshifu isn't getting to move due to that full paralysis from that Thunderwave. Rillaboom U-turning out, hitting into the now Zamazenta that was the Grimmsnarl. And pivoting back out once more.
Yeah, Zamazenta literally going to brush that U-turn off. It's going to be right back at full, nice and healthy. After that, as we see the Calyrex come back in. Now with the Incineroar, do we see a parting shot on that slot? Do we see another knockoff looking to call a U-turn? We do see a parting shot coming out into that Calyrex. So Calyrex, not as strong, but still relatively strong.
Yeah, so interesting to note there that with the Incineroar Terra ghosting, it's no longer a safe switch-in defensively for the Calyrex. So if Lewis wants to switch it in safely in front of that Calyrex, it's going to have to become accompanied by a wide guard. As Lewis brings in his own Calyrex. So we're once again in a position where it's Calyrex versus Calyrex. Only this time Lewis has the potential for wide guard on his team, and Kieran's Calyrex is now at -1 as well.
Yeah, the -1 Calyrex, the paralyzed Urshifu. Kieran not in the most favourable spot here. Lewis has done well to get himself positioned into a spot where he can look to even look at almost potentially looking to, if he's feeling himself wide guarding and getting a cheeky nasty plot off.
Yeah, it's a toss up to. It's another one of those big high risk, high reward. You can go for the nasty plot. You've got to consider there is the possibility of an encore there as well. If that comes down to a potential speed tie, or if Kieran's is just built faster, just trained to be a bit quicker, then an encore could be devastating as you go for a nasty plot. There is that wide guard coming out. Safe play from Lewis. Safe play from the Zamazenta. Just make sure you're keeping your Calyrex protected. And there's the Terrapagos, which we didn't get to see last game, coming in and being immune to that Astral Barrage.
Now, cheeky Terrapagos coming in here. Now, Calyrex has it has two pretty fine options to look at encoring. You can look at encoring Zamazenta into the wide guard potentially, leaving less of a threat open to that Terrapagos if Carmine Terrapagos is the way to go going forward into this game. You do also have the option to look at just running through, just with your own Astral Barrage, because if you're feeling that you're trained to be as fast as possible, you'll still have good odds knowing that the Calyrex can't terrestrialize, to look at potentially throwing it out, looking to bluff the Zamazenta. But the Calyrex has swapped out and it's gone back into Rillaboom, so we may be looking at a Terrapagos endgame situation here, potentially from Kieran.
Yeah, so there's another wide guard, playing it safe once again, but the Astral Barrage not coming out from Kieran's Calyrex as it switches off the field in favour of the Rillaboom. Carmine coming out and the Rillaboom taking a good amount on the switch in from Lewis's Astral Barrage. Definitely in range of another one, but Terrapagos, it's going to start stacking up these Carmine boosts, and it can get pretty scary once it does.
Yeah, so that's the grassy terrain gone from the field now. The power of the spell tag, even though it's only a 1.2 times the boost, still just a big boost to throw there into that Rillaboom. Even though the Terrapagos is immune, it's still dealing big damage to its partner. We'll have a look to see how Kieran wants to go about setting up the Terrapagos, how urgently Lewis is going to look at pinning down the Terrapagos, seeing that it's Carmine once, if it's going for other or more setup. But we do see the Faker going into the Zamazenta to block any body press options coming out here for it.
Yeah, no reason for wide guard on the field anymore. Calyrex is switched out and Terrapagos cannot terrestrialize, but the Zamazenta doesn't get to move this turn. Lewis opting just to happy to go for the Astral Barrage, pick up that KO on Rillaboom and get a cheeky little boost there. But the +1 from the opposing Terrapagos comes in for the Earth Power, dealing about 40%, really showing the bulk on Calyrex and why Terrapagos really needs those boosts.
Yeah, good bit of damage there from the Terrapagos there onto the Calyrex. Potentially looking at weakening it so it can have a look to see if it can go for another potential Earth Power. Just trying to look to play around that wide guard as best as possible, because you can't terrestrialize the Terrapagos at all because the Urshifu has terrestrialized. So it's basically its only way of damaging the Calyrex is with that Earth Power.
Yeah, so it really shines why Terrapagos are getting built the way they're built. They know how much more common Calyrex Shadow with Zamazenta is going to be now, and that Terrapagos isn't necessarily always going to want to Terra, but it still wants to hit Cali, which could be one of the reasons that they're picking up Earth Power. But Zamazenta looking to be in another position where it's going to want to wide guard again now, because that Astral Barrage is so scary. Coming in from Kieran's side of the field.
Yeah, so we see protects from both horses in this turn, so there's no wide guard coming out of the Zamazenta just yet. Looking to break the sash on Kieran's Calyrex, unable to, and an Earth Power just getting thrown into the Calyrex, so both trainers wanting to put damage on the other Calyrex by the looks of things.
Yeah, so another one of these situations where the Focus Sash is just so pivotal in this matchup. It changes the dynamic between these two Calyrex shadows and forces you going to go down in one hit. It makes it so intricate, and there's still the Terrapagos on the field as well, which, if you can call it, a Draining Kiss plus a body press into that slot is going to pick up a KO. So all restricteds here, aside from Zamazenta, really under massive threat right now, but Lewis instead opting to switch out his own Calyrex in favor of that Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, we see the Encore coming out there. That's the good switch from Lewis there, respecting the Encore pressure that Kieran's Calyrex was throwing off there.
And massive damage coming out from that Heavy Slam into the Calyrex Shadow. Being a Ghost type, it is very light. Heavy Slam doing more than enough to not just break through Sash, but break through that 50%, deal about 60% to the Calyrex Shadow, while Earth Power brings Zamazenta to just above 50%.
There we are. So now we've got some options here with Grimmsnarl safely on the field without any priority pressure. We do have the option to look at potentially getting up a light screen or threatening a Thunder Wave on the Calyrex as well, which means Zamazenta can just jump it entirely and look to go for a knockout. Pending, of course, protects that are on the field from everything. So no protect coming out from the Calyrex. Dodges the Thunder Wave.
Ooh.
That is not what Lewis wanted to see.
Yeah, Thunderwave takes away all the Encore mind games or speed time mind games between the two Calyrexes. But Grimmsnarl going down to the Astral Barrage. It was a protect that came out from the Zamazenta there and not a wide guard. So Kieran's getting a boost. It doesn't have the Sash intact now, though. So both Calyrex still in a position to take each other out, sorry.
Yeah, so the good and bad thing for Lewis here is both of his backline Pokemon are Ghost types. Good, as in the Calyrex mainly wants to hit them with Astral Barrages, but they do have the Wide Guard option to block it. The not so great being that Zamazenta, unless if the Ghost types are protecting, is going to be forced into that role. With that Encore pressure from the Calyrex as well, seeing that the Zamazenta has Encored, it can look at locking that into its respective move. It can just, even if it's looking to lock it into a wide guard, it will allow the Terrapagos to just keep picking it off with those Earth Powers.
Yeah, and this Incineroar in a really good spot to start dealing damage to this Calyrex Shadow, but only with that wide guard support. Wide guard. Oh, actually, we've got to think about. There's also the Psychic on that Calyrex. If for some reason a wide guard does come out and you are calling that, this could be a big Psychic into that slot as well. Or Psychic into the Incineroar, but no calls for the wide guard there. Just going for the safe play in that Astral Barrage. Really good wide guard there from Lewis as an Earth Power. Ooh, gets the KO onto the Zamazenta. So no more wide guard will be available. But Knockoff takes out the Calyrex as well.
There, so we do see the Calyrex go down there on Kieran's end. So it looks like it's the two Ghost types into the Ghost Immune Terrapagos. Still with its Terra Shell intact. And there is the paralyzed Scarf Urshifu. Oh, it's not paralyzed, no, just the Scarf Urshifu coming out here for Kieran in this game too.
Yeah, so the Scarf Urshifu is paralyzed. It did get paralyzed by the Grimmsnarl. Should be in range of the spell tag. Depends on how it's trained, but spell tag Astral Barrage. Oh, and the Urshifu doesn't get a move off. Looks like it was probably going for an Aqua Jet there. But unfortunately, due to the full paralysis, wasn't able to. It does go down to the Astral Barrage, and this will give Lewis's Calyrex Shadow a special attack boost, which could pay off in the long run with a few draining kisses into that Terapagos.
I see that coming out. Very good damage from Earth Power. Not enough for it. We see the parting shot there just to offset those Carmine boosts that the Terapagos has been accumulating. And we're now in a 2v1 predicament here.
Yeah, so if that Aqua Jet goes off, presumably into the Calyrex Shadow there, with the Terra Water, I believe it would have been enough for the Earth Power to KO, which would have brought this down to a 1v1 situation. But that full para, meaning that Lewis's Calyrex Shadow has free reign of what he would like to go for now.
Yeah, and free reign is looking like it's going to be given that Terapagos just a little bit of a smooch there, gain some HP back.
Yeah, that Terapagos' Terra Shell, making this one not very effective, so not really going to gain as much as you might want to. Only gaining about 10 HP or so there as Earth Power comes up with a critical hit to bring this back to a 1v1.
Yeah, the Terra Shell is broken. The knockoff's going to do a good amount of damage into that Terapagos. Is it enough? We don't know. It'd be a battle of the knockoffs and the Earth Powers.
Between knockoff and Earth Power, I think the Terapagos is going to need to go get a few Calm Minds off, but Parting Shot is also there. So you're not necessarily going to get the buff that you want, and there's no more leftovers either. So any damage you take, you are just going to keep there.
Yeah, we've hit the 3 minutes left in the game, so this will be coming down to it. Both these two have been fighting tooth and nail to get the upper hand, and it's come down to the cat and the turtle.
Yeah, so the knockoffs are doing about 15 to 20% each hit. So the Terapagos only has a few hits left in it. It becomes a debate of, do I continue going for these Calm Minds before I go to the hits, or do I have to start Earth Powering now? And with those special defense drops that you can get from Earth Power, it looks like Kieran is going for the Earth Powers now.
Yeah, Earth Power looks like it's on the verge of... I think it barely misses a 3-hit KO. I think a special defense drop will be needed from the Terapagos to look at clutching out this 1v1.
It's looking like it's going to be a very close finish between these two Pokemon and these two trainers in this game too. With the time stalling out, Lewis, I believe Lewis is in a better position here to try to stall for time, so potentially run down the clock a little bit, since he does have more HP on the Incineroar at the moment.
Yeah, Lewis seeing the win condition here, knowing that time is in his favor.
Oh, that was a big hit there from that Terapagos. This might come down to damage rolls. There is a roll with each hit. It may or may not kill. Incineroar really wanting to hold on. Lewis trying to run that time down, but I believe Kieran might just have enough time to get off one more hit.
Yeah, the 60 seconds has just popped up now. There will be one more set of attacks that'll be brought out from...
Earth Power comes out, and the Incineroar lives on 6 HP. Knockoff picking up the Terapagos, and for our fourth match, we will be going to our final game 3.
Oh, talk about cutting it fine there.
That was such a close game and such a close finish between two Pokemon that couldn't really hit each other for the greatest damage, but wow, they tried.
Yeah, absolutely tough there. Special defense drop that goes the entire other way. But without it, we do get a game 3, so we get one more game for everyone to sink in and enjoy.
Absolutely. So Lewis played a lot more carefully with his Calyrex in that game. He positioned it, made sure that if that Calyrex Shadow on Kieran's side was going to be on the field, he had Zamazenta positioned next to something that could threaten it, whether it was his Incineroar or his own Calyrex Shadow, and it really paid dividends. We saw in that first game, there was no wide guards, there was no real protection for that Calyrex because the Zama got knocked out so early in the game. And then when it came to that Calyrex being on the field, Kieran had just positioned himself so well that Astral Barrage cleared the field and the game was essentially over there. Lewis adjusted his play and his positioning really well in that game too to bring it back. It's how these matchups work between each other.
Yeah, the way how that adaptation was made was absolutely fantastic. Still some solid changes up on Kieran's end as well, looking to bring that Terapagos. Terapagos almost getting him home in the in that game too.
Yeah, so maybe scared away from the Terapagos a bit in game 1 because of the Zamazenta, but really good play bringing it back for game 2. It nearly won him the game. It could have potentially come down to a few damage rolls there. Just depends on how those Pokemon are trained. But it was such a close game, and I think both of these players are really doing their best and playing really well to get through this set.
Yeah, right, so we're going to have the game 3 now. Both of these two definitely looking to lock in, looking to triumphant over one another, even if it's just for bragging rights. Bragging rights is everything. So we're going to get straight into the game 3 now. As we load in, we're going to see the leads for both of them. We're going to see Urshifu, Incineroar coming out from Kieran's end and from Lewis. We've got Incineroar and Grimmsnarl, so restricted either in the back or on the bench, as we see Intimidates being shown off there. Kieran's Incineroar's Intimidate coming out before Lewis's.
Yeah, so Lewis sticking with his game 2 lead, a lot of support, a lot of mitigation and versatility from the turn 1. Kieran changing it up, bringing that Urshifu off the bat with the Incin, saying, okay, you have screens, you have Intimidate, I can bust through that. How are you going to respond to my Urshifu? Last time it was with a Thunder Wave. This time there could be a Fake Out come out, but the Urshifu is actually switching out. Urshifu staying safe. It was so important in the previous 2 games. Those full paras really causing it a detriment in positions where it could have put in a lot of work. Rillaboom, the fodder for the Thunderwave switch in last game, also doing it again this game. But instead, we see a double fake out.
Yeah, so both Incineroars are shaking hands by faking out the other side of the board here. With the Rillaboom coming in to take that from the Urshifu. And the Grimmsnarl not being able to throw off an attack due to it flinching. So it'll be interesting to see these 4 Pokemon, not all super known for like their big damage threatening potential. These 4 on the field, they're all known for like their supportive and pivotal roles on teams. The Grimmsnarl being the screen setter, Rillaboom fake out pivoting. But we're going to see some big hits here. There's a Wood Hammer straight into that Grimmsnarl, dealing quite a sizable amount of damage there.
Knocking off the Rocky Helmet from the opposing Incin, letting both Incineroar, Grimmsnarl, and the potential Zamazenta in the back as well more freely attack into Kieran's Incineroar there, making it less of a defensive switch in for the Zamazenta specifically. But there's no pivot from Lewis's end and no pivot from the Rillaboom on Kieran's end. Calyrex Shadow coming out now with the Rillaboom there. The Calyrex Shadow is under a lot of pressure here, even though it's just switched in. The Incin threatening knockoff and Grimmsnarl threatening Light Screen / Thunderwave.
Yeah, I think the Thunderwave pressure from Grim is threatening a lot, because we've also seen the 4th that could have been brought out if it wasn't the Calyrex would have been that Urshifu, and that Urshifu immediately looks to go under fire for that as well. Calyrex at least has 1 turn it can look to protect with the Rillaboom, hopefully looking to try and break through the Grimmsnarl with its Wood Hammers, which was looking to do the previous turn. So we see the Thunder Wave go into that protect there, and Wood Hammer looking just to go through.
Big Wood Hammer coming out there, not quite dealing enough for the KO, but putting it in range for Grassy Glide next turn, considering the Rillaboom is been shown to be faster than this Grimmsnarl. That means that a Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom could KO the Grimmsnarl before a Thunder Wave even gets off next turn.
Yeah, so I do believe the Rillaboom was switched in, so it's only at -1 now. Zamazenta's in. The Grimmsnarl may look to potentially even switch out to weaken the Rillaboom more. maybe with the grassy terrain recovery, it might try and go for a cheeky Thunder Wave.
It absolutely could do that. The Grimmsnarl really finicky position, but this Zamazenta just hit the field. It's got its defense boost. We saw how much damage it can do to the Rillaboom. It's in a prime spot to deal a lot of damage to either of these, whether breaking that sash and dealing good damage with a heavy slam into that Calyrex or the body press into Rillaboom. Kieran, realizing that, swaps out his Calyrex Shadow, preserving that focus sash in favor for Incin.
Yeah, we see the Grimmsnarl swapping out as well from Lewis's end, and that one is also going into Incineroar. So we see our favorite VGC pet just coming in, just doing what it does best, being good support for the team. And yeah, the Heavy Slam coming out there.
No more Rocky Helmet to deal recoil on that, so that knockoff from earlier paying dividends.
Yeah, the knockoff there in the early game providing rather nicely for Lewis there, not taking any extra damage that may be necessary on that Zamazenta, looking just to keep it as healthy as possible. And we see the pivot into Urshifu here.
Urshifu really well positioned. It doesn't have any Thunder Waves to worry about. It doesn't have any Calyrex Shadow to worry about. I believe we've seen the speed interaction from these two Incineroar. I believe that Kieran's is trained to be a little bit faster.
Well, that's the thing, because the knock on turn 2, the knockoff went before the parting shot. So I believe they're the same speed.
Oh, they could be. Either way, this Urshifu is really threatening a lot of damage with potential Surging Strikes. But once again, Urshifu switching out, not wanting to be on the field, and Rillaboom coming in for it.
Yeah, looking just to cycle in and out of those fake outs there. We do see a Terrestrialization from the Zamazenta. Maybe the Urshifu was coming through looking to bait that Terra Dragon on the Zamazenta as well. The Terra Dragon helps it naturally take those Surging Strikes significantly better, with those crits ignoring the defense buff that Zamazenta does get. But we do see an exchange of fake out as well, this time with the Zamazenta flinching. But nice and healthy, thanks to the grassy terrain.
So Zamazenta, once again, sitting in a really nice position. Not really threatened by a whole lot on the board. Incineroar on Kieran's side is not running the Will-O-Wisp. It's running Flare Blitz, Knock Off, Parting Shot, and Fake Out. So there's no risk of a burn, which we've seen really doesn't... Zamazenta really doesn't like. But there's a Fake Out going to the Zamazenta here, and another Parting Shot for a bit more of a pivot.
Alright, so Zamazenta spending back-to-back turns flinching. He's just sitting there just going... He's just waiting for his turn. We see the pivot out. We could see this going into the Calyrex, which is what we see here coming out here from Kieran. As the Incin looks to... Hasn't moved yet, so we're still got an option to run through like a knockoff.
Oh, and a massive knockoff catching the Calyrex on the switch in. Interesting to note as well, we haven't seen the Terrapagos in this game. We've seen all 4 Pokemon, so Kieran has opted to leave it behind. In favor for that Incineroar once again this game. That catching that Calyrex with the knockoff is so huge, bringing it down to Sash. It is now in range of any other hit that anything would like to throw at it. And it's suddenly a whole lot less threatening when that Wide Guard comes out.
Yeah, so we do see the Protect there looking to preserve it. The Rillaboom potentially looking to pivot in. Protecting itself from that knockout on the Zamazenta. That Zamazenta looking quite fearless at the moment in front of everything that Kieran has. His Fire, Water, Grass core and the 1 HP Shadow Rider. Zamazenta is still fairly healthy.
Yeah, Terra Dragon Zamazenta being one of the Pokemon that can really sit in front of any Fire, Water, Grass core and kind of shrug it off, deal a lot of good damage back. Not having the Terrapagos with access to Earth Power or Terra Starstorm means that this Calyrex Shadow is the best thing to be hitting the Zamazenta with. And now that it's at +1, it is so... sorry, not +1. Now that it is down to 1 HP, down to that Focus Sash, it is so vulnerable. As soon as it goes down, this Zamazenta just puts on so much pressure against the rest of the team. And Urshifu comes in, getting its choice scarf knocked off.
Yeah, so Lewis looking very in control of things at the moment. With the Grimstyle still being as low HP as it is, it's still looking fine. Grimstyle's kind of done what it's needed to do. It's been assisting greatly, just even with it getting screens, just threatening Thunderwave can be enough to force opponents into specific play.
Yeah, with the Calyrex versus the Calyrex, and also the Urshifu as well, because the Scarf Urshifu is very good into Calyrex Shadow. These Thunderwaves have just constantly throughout this game forced defensive switches. We've seen time and time again that Urshifu hit the field just to switch out into Rillaboom because you really can't afford to have it paralyzed. But now it's also lost its choice scarf as well, so you don't really need to paralyze it anymore. It's already got that big speed boost that it wants taken away.
Yeah, so another heavy slam is throwing into there. Incineroar, just taking it. Doesn't mind it. Surging Strikes, though, looks like it's going to spell the unfortunate end for Lewis's Incineroar.
Yeah, Kieran's Incineroar might not mind taking a heavy slam, but Lewis's does not like taking that Surging Strikes. Very bulky Incineroar. It lived the first 2 hits, but that third hit was enough to take it down and out of the game.
And it looks like Lewis is eyeing off the options here, and I think now that the damage has been done, it looks like Calyrex is going to come in and potentially look to do its thing. Everything's lost. Speed control's been lost on the Urshifu, losing its scarf. Incineroar still looking to threaten some decent damage onto it, but right beside him is the body pressing Zamazenta, which is gonna keep Incineroar just in check.
Yeah, so Calyrex Shadow and Zamazenta really pressuring a lot of coveraged damage here. The Rillaboom coming in now doesn't really mind taking Astral Barrage, but the Incin is pinched between an Astral Barrage and a Body Press, with it going for the potential Terror here, which I believe that is the Incineroar going for that Bug Terror. It's going to resist the Body Press, but now it's going to take a heck of a lot more from that Astral Barrage. It'll be very interesting to see if this is enough to get the KO, if this is what Lewis has decided to go for here. That Astral Barrage dealing so much more damage now. Body Press comes out, and the Incineroar is able to hang on.
Incineroar done well there, getting that knockoff there, taking out...
And get the return knockout. That was a huge turn for Kieran in what was looking like a very, very difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, Kieran done well there to think on his feet, seeing that, yeah, this is what needs to be done. Using a Terror that has picked up quite a lot. We've just seen the Reflect wear out, so that knockoff crit may have mattered into the Shadow Rider.
I don't believe Kieran's Incineroar has been intimidated, and with it being 4 times super effective, I'm not quite sure if that was enough. Again, it does depend on how both Pokemon are trained. Being a Draining Kiss Calyrex, this may be a bulkier Calyrex. But it could go either way there. So to say whether that crit mattered enough for the KO is very difficult to say.
Yeah.
But it does, regardless, getting that return knockout KO puts Kieran in a much better position than he was prior, especially with Grassy Glide able to out-prioritize, come in and KO this Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, so we've got an episode of Zamazenta vs. the World. The Body Press coming out to knock out that Rillaboom.
Zamazenta is doing its best against the world.
There we are. We could see a parting shot. That'll look to offset it. That'll bring it back in, allow it to provide the fake out support where needed. I believe all that's left for Kieran is that Incineroar and that Calyrex, both not.
I believe he still has the Urshifu because he switched it out into the Rillaboom earlier. But even so, this Calyrex, you could imagine, if Lewis calls this correctly, the Calyrex in this endgame should only be getting off 1, potentially 2 hits, but generally 1 hit into the Zamazenta. Otherwise, the Incineroar and the Urshifu on Kieran's side don't really have the best ways to hit this Zamazenta. Oh, but the Encore massive here.
There we are, locking that Zamazenta just straight into body press. If Lewis goes for protect, the encore is threatening that to lock that into protect as well. So, yeah, Kieran with a good pin there for sure.
A really good play from Kieran there. I completely missed myself. But yeah, no, by locking that Zamazenta into body press, Kieran, after being in a really tough position, comes back to win that game and win the set 2-1.
Yeah, very well done there by both players, putting on a very solid showcasing between both of these two teams. Another run of the Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Terapagos.
Yeah, so we're going to cut to a quick few-minute break, and then we will be back for an interview with both our players.
Alrighty, we are here with our post-match interview with Lewis and Kieran. Gentlemen, phenomenal set. Run us through your thoughts.
You want to go first, Lewis?
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, it was a very close match, intense matchup between two Cali Shadows. The speeds come into factor. The item comes into factor. One side has Wide Guard. The other side has Terapagos. Both sides have Instant. Both sides have Rillaboom. One's like the Ursh. Like, it's such an intricate matchup. Like, talk us through kind of what your mindset was going into that game one.
Do you want to go first, Lewis?
Yeah, sure. So game one, I'm just trying to like scout out what he's trying to do. Obviously, as Earth Pound for traps, it's actually playable into my team. If it doesn't have Earth Pound, has like sub, for example, then it's probably never coming. But allowing that, you can bring it. I didn't want to bring Grim game 1, but instead opted for Rilla Instant because I thought maybe I could try and position with them, but because I'm not Sash and Kieran does have Sash and Kali, yes, it's really hard to outposition him because once we're like mirrored with Kali S's, I'm losing for trade almost always and most likely end up losing the game. So I wasn't able to get that position because I ended up giving him a boost for free basically, so I basically just lost on the spot. But like, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was interesting. Like the matchup's pretty weird with all the like mind games with like wide guard, and then you have like speed ties, our instant speed tie, our Calyrex speed tie, and like yeah, it's very like confusing to play, like to try and play around, trying to find a like consistent way to win without having to like rely on that a few times. So that definitely made like the matchup pretty like tricky, I think, for like both of us to, you know, try account for all these like extra variables that you normally wouldn't have to.
Yeah, game 1 we saw the Zamazenta went down really quickly. And once it was down, there was really no way for Lewis to protect his Calyrex Shadow. Game 2, Lewis adjusted that very well, made sure to keep Zamazenta there or to keep Grimmsnarl there to either Thunderwave or Wide Guard to protect that Calyrex Shadow. And it was really important and really detrimental to what ended up leading to Lewis's win in that game 2. With game 3, like what were the mindsets you guys had going into that? Like with what had already happened, like you were talking about trying to prevent the thunder waves and that sort of thing. And then you also, Kieran, didn't bring the Terapagos game 3 like you did in game 2. What were your thoughts behind that?
Yeah, so like pretty much like as soon as like game 2, because game 2 was really long, like it went to time pretty much. I think he actually knocked out my Terapagos in the end, but it would have been the last turn. So I was trying to think of like a way to like not get T-waved on either Ursh or Kali like the entire of game 2. And so like I came up with like what I did do, which worked pretty well for me, and that made a big difference, having that like double fake out and the ability to like glide, Woodhammer and glide it. That's how I had to get 2 Woodhammers into it and a glide into it, to be able to knock it out and like avoid getting T-waved on my Ursh and Kali.
Lewis, going into that game 3 as well, what was your main plan behind it? Because you definitely didn't want to end up like game 1 where the Zamazenta went down too early, but it was very like pivotal. Like I think if you'd been able to get the KO on that Incineroar in game 3, Zamazenta pretty much walled everything else with that Kali only being on 1. So if you'd been able to keep your own Calyrex Shadow around, what was your like game plan going into that game 3?
So basically, once I saw the Rillaboom, I realized when there's Rillaboom and Incineroar on the field, which is pretty easy for me to kind of like force Kieran into having them on the field because you need to switch out Ursh to try and get around T-Wave. He has to switch out Kali so it doesn't get T-Waved or knocked off. So I realized I can try and just force him to get knocked off from that Incin or that Rilla because he doesn't want to sit there with Rillaboom. If he's sitting there with the Kali, right, I'm threatening knockoff into that slot. He has to try and switch that out. So I was able to actually catch the Scarf as well as the Kali with the knockoff. So it made it so my Pokemon were faster, all of his Pokemon were vulnerable, and it ended up coming down to if I read the Terra, bait it out, and like switch out my Kali while trying to deal some damage while he's bringing his Rilla back in, or not, because I was able to like position where he didn't have speed control and I had potential to outvalue with Zarm trades.
Yeah, it came really close at the end of there. That, as you said, that really big turn where the Terra Bug came out from Kieran and you hit it with the Astral Barrage and the Body Press. Wasn't quite enough to pick it up, and the knockoff return KOing the Calyrex just put Kieran so far ahead there. But still, Zamazenta looked like it had the potential to bring it back. But Kieran made a really good play getting that Calyrex Shadow onto the field where you can just go fake out encore. Because otherwise, like, even if it goes into some of the other moves, like, something can happen there. But yeah, Kieran positioned that end game really well after that turn. And yeah,
was going to bring to light as well, do you two believe the knock-off crit mattered? Because it was the last turn of Reflect.
I don't know how much bulk Lewis has. It's possible.
Cali? No, you
Yeah,
weren't -1, were you?
No, it wasn't.
No, it
-1.
wasn't neutral. It had
It was-
just switched
it was
in.
neutral. It was
Neutral killed. I'm pretty sure.
Neutral kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it would kill.
Yeah.
I had like glide the next turn, but then he has like protect and like
Yeah.
switch and can fool around,
Mhm.
so it would have been like a bit tricky to navigate. But yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Well,
one really interesting like dynamic is like whenever me and Lewis like play each other, whether it's in practice or in tournament, it's like we both like really switch up play style from like making like super safe plays to like making like really risky plays to try like gain advantage, because like sometimes that's what you have to do against like a good player. And so like
from memory,
game two, I was
Bruce.
like, yeah.
You go.
And so game two, I was making like some really risky plays in like the mid game, trying to like call him out on like trying to read me to protect and stuff. And then I was just like, game three, I'm just gonna like play ultra safe and like hope that like he expects me to make some reads again, which is funny.
If I remember correctly, at Brisbane, you two played the Terrapagus Screamtail mirror, and game 3, I believe, was one off of Lewis side disabling.
Well, that was both
Game one and game two, actually.
Game 1 and game 2, yeah.
Yeah, he beat me. Yeah, like outplayed.
Yeah, no. So it sounds like you guys, like, obviously being experienced players, you guys have played a lot in practice and at live events. So it was very interesting seeing you guys play here. We knew it'd be a good set, a close set, and like anything could happen, which it was such a close game, such an intense game. Like going from quick knockouts game 1 to almost a timer game 2. And then like such big turns game 3. Like it was really cool to see, and it was a really great matchup.
Fun.
Yeah. Do either of you have anything else that you wanted to add in regards to the games, or to say to anyone potentially watching as well?
Subscribe.
Subscribe.
The duality of.
Click T-Wave.
All right, awesome. T-Wave?
Yeah, it's broken.
That's the way. All right, well, thank you guys so much. Again, great match. You both played that so well, and congratulations, Kieran, on winning that one. And yeah, thank you everyone who has tuned in throughout the day. We hope you've enjoyed the matches. We hope you've enjoyed the interviews with everyone. We really hope to keep doing this, whether it's in these exhibition match style streams, or even if we're running some tournaments that we get through, like have some of the Oceania players running tournaments. One big thing I'd like to put out there, and we're going to put this out in a tweet afterwards as well. Anyone who has a capture card, please let either myself, Lewis, or Jack Lloyd know through our various social medias, which should have been on stream at different stages throughout the day. Let us know if you've got a capture card, and if you're interested in playing any exhibition matches or any of the tournaments that we're going to be running in the future, because we want to try to get as many people from the Oceania region broadcasted on here, because not everyone has the money or the time to be able to travel to international events, and even then, you're only getting one stream around. No one's guaranteed to be on it unless you're in finals, essentially. And also casting. When it comes to casting, like today, you had myself, you had Masto, and we're more than happy to do it again. We want to see Australian casting come out as well. So anyone who has interest in casting this, because whether we're going to play some or do the logistics or any of that, we'd really like to kind of branch out and get more people involved, because we're not going to be around forever. We're not always available. And I know that there are some amazing casters and content creators in the Australian community. So yeah, please, whether you're playing with capture cards or you want to cast, please reach out to us because we want to make this into a big thing. We don't necessarily represent the Oceania region, but we want to try to showcase some of it if we can, and the more that we can showcase, the better. Yeah, Kieran?
Sorry, I just said well put.
Okay. One of the other things that I think is probably the biggest thing that all of us who help organize or be involved in any way today has to say is a big, massive, huge shout out to Andy Brophy. When we were doing all this, it got mentioned to Andy, and Andy's like, well, you know what? I'm going to carry this entire project on my back. All the production videos, like our slides, our everything production-wise, came from Andy and Lewis behind the controls on OBS, and it's been insane. This wouldn't have been half of what it's been today without everything that Andy's done, the work that he put in over the last 2 nights. It's been a lot of we've been in call and we'll kind of just message Andy and be like, hey, can you add this or can you do this? And without complaint and happily, like, Andy's absolutely smashed all of our expectations when it came to this and completely made this what it's been. And I hope you guys have all enjoyed it. I know we have. We got some amazing matches today, amazing players, really cool teams. We got to showcase a lot of different stuff today, which was really awesome to see. And hopefully it gives people ideas going into Regulation I as well, because we've got that coming up very soon with Melbourne Regionals next month. But yeah, do any of you guys have anything to say before we part out?
To Henry and Masto for the casting. It was S tier casting, so well done, really professional, massive time commitment. But they got it done and they made the stream 30 times better than it would have been without any casting. So shout out to them.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everyone who was able to watch, every player who was able to play today, and everyone involved, especially the casters as well. It's been a long. I don't even know if that's actually been that long. It's been 5 hours, but it's felt like a long time.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, big commitment
Awesome.
from everyone involved.
Yeah.
So everyone should get a shout out. Make sure to definitely keep in touch with the stream and the Twitter just for updates, and definitely make sure to reach out to the guys if you have capture cards or look to cast. There are absolutely phenomenal casters out there. We definitely want to showcase that alongside other players. Doesn't matter too much where you're from, just drop the guys a message. They're all good guys, so they'll be able to help you out.
It's another. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
I'm done.
All right. This also, one of the reasons we want to do tournaments as well, grassroots tournaments online, is because we don't necessarily want to be doing just exhibition matches, doing just people we know, just people that we know are high level, because there are people that we haven't seen, that we don't know, that are up and coming. There's players that 3 years ago we wouldn't have known their name, and now they're some of the best players in the region. We want to see everyone, and if we're doing these tournaments, grassroots tournaments, then that gives anyone with a capture card a chance to be doing well in said tournament. We can reach out to them one round and be like, hey, you guys are doing well. We'd love to get you on the stream. If you've got a capture card, we'd love to give you that opportunity. We'd also love to still get people in after the matches as well. Whether people would like to do a conversation with the winner and the loser, or just one or the other, it's all fine. And there's no obligation to be on the interview either. You can play the game. We're happy to showcase your have your match streamed. You don't have to participate in an interview. If you look at Lewis here, Lewis doesn't have a webcam. You don't have to have a camera on. You can just chat to us as well. But yeah, this is something that we want to try to spread throughout the entire community, because we all love this game. We all play this game for a reason. It's unfortunate that we don't get a lot of streaming opportunities when it comes to our actual live events. Who knows? Maybe this will have some effect on that as time goes on, or maybe we get to that point in the future. But until then, we want to show off the massive talent that Oceania has. And that's not just Australia. Like, we absolutely want to include New Zealand and everywhere else in that. But yeah, so thank you so much to everyone who has tuned in to watch this, whether you tuned in to watch one match for a friend or you tuned in to see how we did or anything. And any feedback as well, feel free to shoot that to us. We do our best, but we know we make mistakes. It happens. But it's stuff that we want to work on and we want to improve this as much as we can. So again, big shout out to everyone who participated today. Big shout out to everyone who helped us prep. Massive shout out to Andy. He's an absolute legend. And thank you for everyone who tuned in, watched, and supported what we've done here. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Bye.